Oh, I do not.
Oh.
Do that first time. So opening the meeting at 5 o'clock, and we have our first opening business. I'm going to be acting president with Brian on travel and in more important places, I'll say. But yeah, starting off right from the top with the call to order.
Absolutely. It'll be my pleasure to do so. President Swanson is absent. Dr. Hazen,
Here.
Trustee McNary,
Here.
Trustee Otmar,
I'm here.
and Trustee Swanson.
Here.
And we'll have two student trustee members joining us a bit later, which is great. We'll then start with a land acknowledgement. As we begin this meeting, it's important to pay respect to, acknowledge that we are on the traditional land of the Ohlone, Costanoan, and Esselen people, and additionally pay respect to elders both past and present. So we did the roll call. I don't think we have to do that again then, right? So are there any walk-on items for the adoption of the agenda tonight?
We actually do have a walk-on item, and this is under the W tab in your trustee binders. It is the contract for Comp Health medical staffing. And so we would need to discuss now on adding that to the agenda and where we want to add that.
So this would be an action item, is that correct?
It would be action, correct?
Okay, so why don't we make this action AA? We can do it first thing if that works for everybody else. Okay.
Perfect. Great.
We'll do that. And then with that, I think our next step is to see if there's any public comment on the agenda. No one online, no one in person. Okay. So with that, board discussion, any concerns, anything from consent, any?
I don't have any concerns about the adoption of the agenda.
Perfect. All of it. I will start off and make a motion then to go ahead and adopt the agenda with the walk-on item as AA first in line.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
I like the chorus style. there.
Me-
Okay.
Good night. Good night.
So that passes 4-0. Moved by myself and then seconded by Trustee McNary. And so then we have to identify the closed session topics. That's correct.
Correct,
And that's we have 8 items, so it's going to be a busy closed session. We have the negotiations, collective bargaining session, planning and prep for the PGTA for 23-24. We have collective bargaining with CSEA for 23-24. And then we have public employee discipline, dismissal, release, leave complaint under Government Code 54957. Planning and prep for the meet and confer with the adult school teachers, a planning and prep meet and confer with classified confidential, planning and prep meet and confer with management, and then exciting, we get to discuss the superintendent evaluation during closed session and get a quick introduction to our new high school principal, Mr. Greg O'Meara. So if we have, again, any public comment on these closed session items before we adjourn? Not online, not in the room. I will go ahead and adjourn us to closed session. Back in at 6:33. We are going to start by reporting the action taken in closed session. For item 1, there was nothing. For 2, information was received and direction was given. Item 3, nothing. Item 4, information received, direction given. Item 5, information was received and direction was given. 6, received and direction given. 7, information was received and direction was given. And 8, information was received. So with that, we will go ahead and start with our Pledge of Allegiance. And we have a guest with us, Mr. O'Meara, who agreed to lead us in the pledge. You'll learn more about him soon.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. So we have a very exciting item, I think, leading us off. I think I was going to hand the mic over to Dr. Adamson to introduce the next item.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Hazen. And yes, we have two special presentations to start us out this evening, and it's my pleasure to introduce the first. It is our BreakerBots robotics team, and I understand that they come here periodically every, few years or so to share a little bit about the great work that they do. And so it's my pleasure to introduce our team captain, I believe is here this evening, Brooke Dormalag, and Mrs. Sally Richmond, who will be leading us off. So good evening and thank you. Brooke, do you want to go ahead and use the micro? Yes, there we go. Perfect.
My name is Brooke. I'm the team captain of the BreakerBots at PGHS, and I am proud to say that we are one of the only STEM activities at the high school. We are not only about building the robots, though. We're about building our team members and helping kids learn how to work with each other. We also have a very strong focus on DIE programs, diversity, equity, inclusion of all of our students. So it's all about, I have to say, we have a video to say more. Thank you.
One of our BreakerBots is a first competition team that was founded in 2013 by Levi. FRC is an international program that challenges students and mentors to work together to create robots capable of competing in worldwide competitions. In total, there are over 10,000 FRC teams. As a team, we work together to broaden our knowledge of robotics and provide hands-on academic opportunities in engineering and leadership. Our team has about 25 members, mostly juniors. During the build season, which runs from January through March, we meet 5 days a week for about 25 hours every week. During the rest of the year, including summers, we meet 2 to 3 times per week. Our team is much more than just FRC. We engage our community outreach, including mentoring middle school robotics teams, marching in the Good Old Days Parade, and the Parade of Lights. We bring our t-shirt shooting robot to football games, and we volunteer at the Big Sur Marathon. This year, our team was challenged by FRC's in the game, Crescendo. In this game, 2 alliances of 3 teams compete in scoring points with notes. Notes can be shot into the speaker or dispensed into the amp to amplify points scored. In the last 20 seconds of the game, the bots race to climb onto the chain. This year, we designed our robot to pick up notes using AI software and camera vision, score into the amp and speaker within the autonomously moving, and to be able to climb onto the chain. The Monterey Bay Regional Competition, we placed second with our alliance. Our mission of inspiring students in STEM-related fields and fostering teamwork is funded by organizations and people. Thank you.
So this is Typhoon, the competition robot that we built this year, starting in January. And 3 full months to build it for our first competition.
One of our main features and probably the most important part of the game is intaking game pieces, right? It's without intaking them, you can't do anything with them. So it's kind of loud, but sorry for that. And we use beam breaks in our tuner to stop that.
Basically, we use beam brakes to tell when it's in. Now it holds it and we're able to drive up to our main scoring place. We're able to score it. Another possibility, which we don't show here right now, but the note can stay in here and it will be able to shoot out. And this will be able to catch it and put it in our side goal.
And then finally, at the end of the game, we have to climb on the chain. So to do that, and then like that.
And it carries itself which is impressive because this is 215 pounds.
100.
100, my bad. My bad.
Anything?
Why? Right, do some.
I think that's pretty much our robot. Thank you.
Yes,
Can I
thank
have
you
some
very
figurines?
Thank you.
Well, thank you all. That was incredibly impressive. I think what I loved most before you leave, Brooke, you said what you learn with this is helping kids to learn how to work together. I think that's such an important piece of this, but ultimately how impressive when this is sort of the outcome of what you get to do. So thank you for being here this evening and for showing us a little bit of all the great things that you do. So thank you again. A round of applause, I think, for all of them. All right, well, I said two presentations. So next, it is my pleasure to be able to introduce someone very special here this evening. You have probably read a little bit about him. As you know, we have been in the recruitment process for a new principal of Pacific Grove High School. And I'm delighted to share that he is actually with us this evening and he's going to share a little bit about himself. But before he does that, I just want to brag a little on him. He just got to meet our board of trustees. I will say that it has been a very stringent interview process, and part of that process included myself and members of my cabinet actually going out to his school site to meet with some of his members of staff and also meet with his superintendent and members of her cabinet. And, you know, as we went through the process, the interview panel, which also included many members of the Pacific Grove High School staff and some of our administrators at the site and the district office, what came through and stood out most was his ability to build community. And I think what was wonderful through the process is that we heard that from Mr. O'Meara, that when we actually went out to meet with his staff, to meet with his superintendent, that is the first thing that they discussed was his ability to build community, build a sense of belonging amongst the students so they have a strong sense of connection. You'll hear Mr. O'Meara talk a lot about the culture of we. It's really about that idea of, I love what you just shared with us when we were talking earlier, Mr. O'Meara, that for every child at his current high school, there's something there for everyone. And I think that's, you know, that's what it comes down to. So I know that is, you know, what came out, but, you know, through that, there's so many more accomplishments, you know, among those, his successful implementation of improving A through G eligibility and requirements amongst his high school students. He prioritized the development of a strong co-curricular athletic program while maintaining a balance between scholastic and athletic achievement. You'll hear from him a lot talking about how there's that strong connection with athletics to achievement and that ability that he had in his tenure at SoCal High School to actually increase the attendance of clubs among students at the school. But ultimately, in addition to that, is his ability to his advocacy for visual and performing arts. He definitely shows a deep understanding of the benefits students stand to gain when those opportunities are opened up to them. And then finally, I think, you know, through his leadership at the high school, there was a definite notable increase in student participation, as I said, in clubs, activities, athletics, and overall involvement. So, you know, we're excited about that ability, you know, that he'll be bringing with him to the high school. I know that this is something that, yes, is on our agenda to be officially approved very shortly. And so it is my pleasure at this time to introduce you all to Mr. O'Meara. Thank you for being here this evening, Mr. O'Meara.
Thank you so much. Before I get into any trouble down the road, I want to first of all acknowledge and express my gratitude for my family being here today. My lovely wife, Karen, and my in-laws, Jerry and Carol Gleason, who are proud residents of Pacific Grove, I might add. Thank you. Thank you so much. All those wonderful traits that you've mentioned, as did the Carmel Pine Cone, have put me in a very precarious position of pressure, and I look forward to upholding all of those things that you just mentioned, Linda, and just it is truly my pleasure and my honor to be here. I had the extremely wonderful opportunity today to visit both Community School and Pacific Grove High School today, and just the sense of community and the sense of spirit and the sense of happiness was in the air, and it was truly remarkable. And so I look forward to continuing that culture and expanding it and just taking everything that I saw today to the next level, so to speak. So many wonderful things going on at that school, and meeting with the staff this afternoon, I assured them that of what they already knew, and that is that Pacific Grove is a fantastic place to work and to learn. The things that you mentioned there, Dr. Adamson, around climate and culture and cohesiveness and community. I believe that it starts with a mindset of celebration and a mindset of growth, a growth mindset mixed with a mindset of celebration and gratitude and gratitude. Recording is in progress. We get it. All right. So yeah, I'll talk a lot to the staff, probably ad nauseum, about gratitude and celebration, and it all started this afternoon. And I truly believe that if we are grateful for what's going on around us, and if we are just ready to celebrate each and everything that happens around us, then it'll become a part of our culture to celebrate each other, celebrate our students, celebrate the wonderful place that we work and we learn, and this will trickle upward to student achievement. Because at the end of the day, that's why we're here, right? And I'm a firm believer that the gratitude and the celebration and the relationships formed from those will result in higher student achievement. So again, thank you so much. As I mentioned to the board previously, just the level of professionalism and the level of warm, compassionate welcome through the interview process, through the recruitment process, through the site visit, just blows me away. And I also made the observation that sometimes it's hard to pull off uber professionalism with uber compassionism and just that piece. And so far, that's what I've seen, and I'm really appreciative. So thank you again. And I also just want to say real quick that my family, they were happy to move up to the front, but they were concerned about whether they can still scoot off for dinner. Yeah. As will I.
Yes. Thanks again, and thank you all for joining him this evening. We look forward to getting to know you all better through it. So thank you again. And yes, you have the permission to leave.
Welcome to the Omira family. And we're moving on now to communications item on the agenda. We'll be starting with written communications. You might notice that I am not Brian Swanson, but I'm acting in his stead because he is on a important trip. So I will do my best to meet the high bar that he sets. And so I'll start off with just the written communications that he forwarded to me as board president. We had one email relating to board governance and extensive oversight of district employees by the board. One email relating to the offering of the PSAT 10 for the 24-25 school year. Several emails relating to the middle school sex ed curriculum, as well as concerns about the Brown Act. And then 2 additional emails in support of a bond extension to be on the ballot this coming November. I think there were also a few that I can add to that I think were on his list as well about the what we'll be talking about tonight with the LCAP. So were there anyone else from the board that had additional emails to add? I see you nodding, Trustee Carolyn, so.
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. I'll just run through my list. I think I caught all the ones and crossed off the ones you mentioned, but apologies for the duplicates. An email about trauma-informed practices, an email about small district advisory group, an email about events calendar, an events calendar suggestion, email about photography program cuts, email about overall art program changes and cuts, email about accessible data that represents all group data data. That's why that makes, that represents all groups. Safety question regarding presentation at our last board meeting. Email about a staff member, email about California Latino School Board Association, email about Delray Oaks Pride Flag raising event, email about fifth grade family life health class, email about overall concerns regarding complaint process in PGUSD, an email with school year reflections, and an email with concerns over award of excellence and possible harm. And that's what I have on my list. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee McNary, do you want to go next?
I don't have anything additional to what was named. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So now we will move on to board member comments. I will let someone else start. I see Laura looking at me, so I'm going to go to you first.
I have no comment tonight other than, well, he's gone now, but welcome.
Trustee Carolyn, would you like to go next?
I don't have too many comments tonight, but I just wanted to say that last night I attended a board meeting for another jurisdiction, and I left that board meeting feeling really thankful for our board and our district. And so I wanted to thank each of you. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Elliot. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, new William. You're brand new. I'm assuming you're a new student rep for next year. That's very exciting because I think I know your mom. Thank you, Dario, and thank you, Daisy, who's not here, but I really appreciate the level of conversations that we have. And I do feel like we put the business of our district, which equals our students, in the forefront. And so I just really walked out of that meeting going like, wow, I'm excited for PG Board of Ed tonight. And that's my comment.
Thank you. Trustee McNary?
I'll ditto what she said. I think it is a time of year we're kind of reflecting on how far we've come in a year. And I feel like we are, as a team, really doing the work to get stronger and to be highly functional as a governance team. And I'm looking forward to our governance training next week as well. So well said. I was also going to just remind us that May is National Mental Health Awareness Month. And it's also a super busy season for education and life, like the year of May, it feels like. So in that vein, just kind of the importance of us all taking moments to prioritize and slow down and take a moment for our mental health, because it's really doing so much to build awareness for our kids to see that we value it and that it's important, just as important as our physical health. So yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Well said. The May busyness I'm feeling already, and we'll be feeling a lot next week as well. I don't think I have a free night without seeing you guys, so I'll be looking forward to that. But I will say, one of the highlights of this past week, I can't remember what day it was anymore, but it was the adult school graduation. And one of the things that came up there is there were students graduating, I think it was from age 18 to 62, really just highlighting like that there is not one path for everybody. There's multiple paths, and being able to have that lesson that, the end of the road is what matters, as well as the journey on the way, was just, again, really rejuvenating for me on the board. So with that, I'll hand the mic over to you, Dr. Adamson, for the superintendent report.
Thank you. And thanks for all those comments. Those were wonderful. Well, yes, first on my list is to go ahead and recognize someone very important here this evening. And you are absolutely right. We noticed an additional seat at the table. So when I met with Dario, our student board rep, earlier this week, because typically we try to do that a couple of days before, so we can go over the whole agenda with either Dario or Daisy and kind of give them a heads up on what's coming up and an opportunity to ask any questions that they may have. Dario informed me that, oh, you know what, our new student board rep for next year is going to be there on Thursday night. So, I mean, well, he's telling me, so of course I have to make sure that, this happens. So I thank you, Dario, for initiating that. But it is my pleasure at this time to announce our new student rep for next year, William Powley. And yes, he happens to be the son of our district nurse, Mrs. Katrina Powley. So if we could put our hands together, a big congratulations to you, William. I think I just love the fact that he was willing to come and join us this evening to shadow Dario and learn a little on the job, because really he doesn't officially begin until next school year. So thank you for sacrificing and giving up your time and your evening this evening. We are truly looking forward to working with you, William. So congratulations again. This is a big responsibility. Yeah. Did you want to say anything, William?
I'll probably just say that I'm really excited for the opportunity to be the new student rep at these board meetings, and I'm just looking forward to like learn from all of you guys and to just get better and be able to represent the students at the high school.
Love that. Well said. And I say this for William, but I say it for you as well, Mrs. Powley, that, his first night with us will be an official night, and we're going to make a big deal of that, and he'll have his plaque ready to go. It's just wonderful that he gets to have a taste of it ahead of time, and how, nice for you, proud mom, to be here with him. So thank you for sharing him with us this evening and for next year. We're looking forward to it again. All right, and then just as far as my other pieces to go ahead and share out, I think what I do want to say is, this is the agenda this evening printed out, right? It's kind of a hefty one. There's a lot on there. And the reason I'm pointing to this is when I look at this, it's indicative of the work that we do. It's the work that we are doing and the great things that we're able to do ultimately for our students. And I, start by just, giving words of thanks to our trustees, because, when they receive this, typically on a Friday, but this week there were some pieces that came on Monday, particularly our LCAP and the budget. That's a lot of effort for you to be able to go through. So just thank you for your patience with that and understanding. But really, I want to point back to that group of people right now who are sitting at the back, and to my left, Mr. John, because this is all really indicative of their incredible work. And when you've got deadlines for our LCAP, which is you're going to hear more about tonight, that is our entire district plan for 3 years. And the amount of work that goes into that is significant. And so our team who works on that, in particular, Director Rogerman, who leads that work, but really it's in alignment and collaboration with our site administrators, with all of our administrators here at the district office, in collaboration with Mr. John, who had an equal tight deadline in getting the budget in. There's strong alignment with those two. Just the amount of time and effort that's gone into that, I just could not be more grateful to all of you. I look over at our site administrators on the agenda this evening. You see our SIPSs, right? Those are our school plans that they have had to, meet those same deadlines in planning for their next years and putting together their goals in alignment with the LCAP. In addition to that, we've had negotiations, right, which is a big part of what's on this evening. And, so again, it's this collaboration, it's this working together of all of our administrators together with our staff and our community. But I just really want to take a moment to thank all of them for their incredible work. So just, thank you. I know it's many, many hours. We're grateful for you, but ultimately it comes down to the good work we're doing for our students. And so I just couldn't be more proud. Thank you. Let's see, just as far as great things that are happening, some have been mentioned already, but, when I always, do my report, I always try to think about, what it is we're looking ahead to and what it is we've already had the chance to celebrate. So, yes, the last week of school, it's hard to believe it's next week. And we have, a lot going on. Graduations have begun. We already had 2, and, one of which was our, adult transition program, and then our adult ed school program as well. So wonderful to just be there to acknowledge our students. And just thank you again to our staff who really put together these opportunities for us to recognize our students' achievements. Next week, we have our community high school graduation and our, Pacific Grove High School graduation, and then promotions, right? Middle school, and then our 5th graders, Forest Grove and Robert Downs. So just lots to look forward to there. Other events that have just, really happened in the last 2 weeks that, again, just remind me so much of the traditions that we have in place and remind me of the opportunities that we're constantly making available to our students. I think the couple that stand out to me, we had our senior awards at the high school, our high school spring choir led by Mrs. Priest. Today, Mr. O'Meara talked about it, the hello and goodbye rally, right? To have our 8th graders there, at the high school campus saying hello to them, goodbye to our seniors, so very bittersweet. And then recently, just this week, I was able to go and visit our famous persons event at Robert Down, which was wonderful. Our 4th graders, just really presenting and really impersonating, right, famous people in history. I'm equally excited to get to Forest Grove tomorrow. They have their Falcon Fest, and I can't wait, and I'll report out on that at in my next report. So again, just, so much to look forward to. And it's a busy time. And I think that reminds us too, you mentioned it, Trustee McNary, is, yes, mental health, it's so important that I think we have a month to really acknowledge the importance of that. But I think in all of this busyness and the excitement of everything that goes on, there are big transitions for our students, and that can be a stressful time. We as adults know. And so, I'm again just so grateful for our staff and really being able to navigate this time, right? It can be hectic, but taking that time to really be there for our students. And, it's a reminder, I think, for, from me to our families, to our staff, just, take the time to be present, but be mindful, right, of so much of what our students are going through. It can be heavy, and it's a lot for them to process. And that's really it. I think I'm just so excited to, yes, next week, be there for all of our students. I'm so sad, Dory, I look over to you. This is your last meeting, but so excited for, what lies ahead for you. And so with that, I'm going to return it back over to you.
And I'm going to steal the mic because I made my first mistake of the night and I forgot to get our report out from the student reps. So I'm going to get that before we go to safety report, and hopefully no one's keeping track at home of how many mistakes I make.
Yeah, so this last month has been packed, busy, and fun. We have spring sports coming to an end. We have swim and softball. They went to CCS. We're very proud of them. Early in the month, we had prom, which is Mamma Mia theme, where Mr. Garcia busted out his best of moves, the dance circle. This last week was spring sports rally, Spirit Week, where we all dressed up every day and we had games at lunch. Great fun. Then today we had the rally, which we have been leading up for. Senior slideshow at the end, as Miss Adamson was there and talked about. Mr. Trump was there. Yeah, the high school ending in next week is going by fast. It's crazy. Thank you. That's the report.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And next we have last of communications, our safety report. Are there any updates?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hazen. So as we're getting ready for summer, that doesn't mean that, we're slowing down in our efforts to continue to implement new safety protocols and procedures within our district. I'm going to highlight a few tonight. We do have our new hire safety orientation that takes place at the beginning of the school year. That's to introduce all of our staff to our Big Five protocols, reintroduce them as well as our new hires. We're planning for a 24-25 district-wide restorative practice training as well, start of the school year. Over the summer, a lot's going to be taking place related to safety within our district. The board gave direction at the prior board meeting to implement the top 3 district concerns as developed through the Kimball and Associates threat and risk assessment that was done for the district. Just to highlight a few: visitor access management and controls. The district is still working on vetting systems with providers, but by the fall, we plan to implement the kiosks at every single school site with visitor management. That can track everything from sex offender registries, other known databases, potentially our fingerprinting system in place, sending real-time alerts to staffs if there's a flag for anybody that's on campus or should not be on campus when they enter the campus. The systems that we plan to implement, we've been talking about Raptor, but there's many that are out there. One of the key focuses for our district is to make them not only a single point of entry standalone system that are managed by staff, but mobile systems that work with for example, at the high school with our campus supervisors that have the ability to stop and check information of folks that are on campus, for example, if they don't have a badge. Some of the new training that we're rolling out next year, I talked a bit about this at the last board meeting, but the entire district is going to go through incident command systems training 100 through 300. Those will be through our Keenan portal. The entire administration is going through the second tier of that, which is incident command systems 300 through 800. We have campus supervisor annual training that's taking place that is partnered with Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, which is an annual 8-hour training, but we're going to expand upon that to 2 days worth of training. That's what PGUSD is doing. We're going to be doing the same. School site safety drills, just a reminder, we do 10 a year. We practice the Big Five. So every single school site goes through two times through 2 evolutions of the Big Five drills. This year, we will not have observations by Kimball and Associates. This is kind of our first year on our own. But in our 3-year plan, we will revisit the drill observations in the out year in the 25-26 year. We're implementing active intruder training, both asynchronous online training and a live district-led drill will be conducted in the spring of 2025. So looking forward at that. A lot of planning involved with our EMS and law enforcement entities in town. We're rolling out a multidisciplinary behavioral threat and risk assessment training under year one. And that is in concert and coordination with the Monterey County Office of Education threat assessment protocols. The final item that is going to be worked through this summer with Dr. Adamson, myself, and our cabinet is standardization of communication practices within the district. We'll be working to develop standardized protocols and procedures that coincide with what was released in the district-wide threat and risk assessment report. Some further discussion items for the 24-25 year, which we will revisit, are related to the threat and risk assessment that Kimball and Associates conducted. There were a number of top 5 concerns at each one of the school sites. We will be vetting those processes throughout the school year next year. Some areas to cover would be improvement for campus supervision, facility infrastructure recommendations for to properly secure our schools beyond the visitor management systems, increased redundancy in site communication, which has been discussed heavily, and then site surveillance systems and surveillance management systems. We're exploring a lot of that this summer, and we'll be bringing back recommendations to our board sometime in the early fall related to those items. So a lot is going to take place this summer related to safety with, again, the full implementation of the top 3 district concerns starting fall of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we are moving on to section 5, individuals desiring to address the board. So I'll do a quick reading, or maybe a little bit of a summary. Public comment on any item of interest to the public that is within the board's jurisdiction will be heard. The board will also take public comment on each specific item prior to the action. So please wait for that if you have a comment on a specific agenda item. The board will allow a reasonable amount of time, not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker and no more than 20 minutes per agenda item pursuant to board policy 9323. Speakers will be called sequentially. We'll try to alternate between online and in person until there's no speaker coming forward on the agenda or the amount of time has elapsed, whichever comes first. So a reminder, this meeting of the Board of Education is a business meeting of the board conducted in public. So please note the Brown Act limits our ability to respond to public comment, whether that's verbally or by raising our hands. The board may choose to direct items to the administration for action or place an item on a future agenda at that time. So with that, we will start out with item A here, community members on non-agenda items.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Gibbs. I'm a parent and a grandparent who lives in Pacific Grove. You have an important responsibility, a responsibility to keep children entrusted to you safe while educating them. I'm very appreciative of everything you said about what you're working on for safety throughout the summer, and good for you, and keep on it. Earlier this year, there was an intruder on campus, you know that, and it took a while before staff confronted them. You know the situation well, and the individual was removed from campus and arrested. With the CSE curriculum, you've invited non-campus individuals onto the laptops of students, risking potential contact with non-vetted adults. It was stated at the last board meeting that the curriculum that students view and the firewall protection prohibit students from going to any potentially dangerous sites. However, some links to websites within the curriculum are active and might capture students' information. Young people today are very adept at using their phones and the internet, and seeing an intriguing link, even if it's an inactive one, can be captured easily with a screenshot or written down for a curious student to access later. Let me quickly state, age-appropriate and accurate sex education should be part of health education and should be provided to young people, and parents should have easy access to the curriculum to be ready to discuss it with their children. I wholeheartedly agree. I have viewed the online middle school sex education curriculum, and I just want to point out a couple of things. There's a really important lesson within the material that says, be careful that not all links and websites can be trusted. The same is true for teaching what and who to trust and what to question in person and online. I emphasize that that is provided and how we talk about that so that it's safe to give your information and when it isn't. So what are the risks? We teach our children that sometimes people will try to trick you into dangerous links or sharing information about yourself that you all know you shouldn't. We tell them to stay safe online, so don't share your personal details like your address, phone number, etc., full name, even the school. So the one question I have for you is when the student curriculum login happens, obviously the school has the information. That's important for you to do that. But have you checked to make sure that third-party partners are gathering only the information you want them to gather? Just asking you to do that. Be careful. It's always good to have extra safety protocols. I am confident that the sex ed content that both educators and parents will find will be accurate and complete and meet necessary state standards with your help. Thank you.
And I will interrupt if you're over the 3 minutes, so you finished right after. Thank you.
Karen Zito, I'm a taxpayer in Pacific Grove. Also, I'm a former teacher at lovely Seaside High. I've been following with great interest parents and concerned citizens across the U.S. Attempting to have a say in the education of their community's young people. It seems that the struggle to find out what our students are being taught has unfortunately come to our own little sleepy town of Pacific Grove. Which brings me to the district's middle school sex education curriculum. I was confused at the board meeting last time because Mr. Gibbs asked the board whether they had reviewed the Planned Parenthood curriculum, and no one raised their hand. But I guess you're not supposed to raise your hand. Be interesting though to find out if anyone on the board has reviewed this. And also the head of curriculum, I think it's Mr. Rogaman. I had set up a meeting to review the curriculum, and he graciously called me up and explained to me that I was not allowed to see it, and because it's not allowed in the contract with Planned Parenthood. I wish I'd asked him the question which would be, he's head of curriculum. Did he review the curriculum? So I wish someone could answer that, whether, you did your due diligence, because if you haven't done your due diligence, I would ask the same thing of the superintendent. If you haven't done your due diligence when this curriculum came up and you approved it based on your district administrator's recommendation, which I noticed in the agenda, every item says administrative people recommend that you approve this. Hey, it's the same way when I was on the council. The staff just, they recommended everything and the council followed it. So I'd like to know whether anyone did their due diligence and found out about this and looked at this contract and some of the other nasty things that are in the curriculum. I went through some handouts and it was hard to follow, but it didn't look very good to me. Okay, so I'm kind of upset because even though I don't have a child in the district, I am a taxpayer. On my property taxes, I pay for this curriculum partially, and I don't have the right to look at the curriculum, which seems kind of odd. And am I running out of time? Okay. Well, I'll just end with this. Dr. Phil, a famous TV sage, says, if you have nothing to hide, you hide nothing. So I wonder what their Planned Parenthood is trying to hide, and what are you trying to hide about this curriculum, and why can't everyone in the community who pays for it, because they're taxpayers, get to view it?
Thank you so much for your comments.
Okay,
I
thank you.
appreciate it. Next, anyone else from the public? No one online with us? Okay. Yeah, please go ahead, Ms. Gibbs.
Thank you.
And Daniel on it.
I always do that. I hate that. I just want to say thank you for the new policies and all the work that you guys are doing, because I see that. Also, I think that we really need to look up at what's happening in our community and understand that this is why we're educating these kids. According to the CDC, 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 20 boys in the United States experience childhood sexual abuse. About 90% of childhood sexual abuse is perpetuated by someone the child knows or someone in a family member. Over 80% of all sex assault cases nationwide occur before the age of 18. Individuals who experience sexual violence in childhood are often more at risk for future victimization. Teaching the students early on does not encourage sexual behavior. It gives them the tools they need to advocate for themselves against sexual violence, how to be better bystanders for each other, and how to recognize the differences between consent and rape. For example, if 2 people enter into consented sexual intercourse, if at any point when an individual says no or stop and the other party doesn't, that is considered rape. This is something the youth needs to know and how to respond to and communicate. It never stopped them from having sex. Sex education never stopped kids from having sex. It didn't stop us. It's not going to stop them. And they need to know how to advocate for themselves. And they're not going to be able to do that if you don't educate them. They need to be educated. And it starts at school. And if you want to teach them at home. If you want to have your own cultural values, that's fine. But teach them at home. Not everybody lives the same. That's fine. But they need to know how to advocate for themselves, going in to make reports if they've been violated by someone. These are the statistics. There's currently no evidence showing a positive correlation between being educated or educating students on consent and an increase in sexual activity. The universities are currently teaching consent to students, and we should be preparing our children on the realities of instances of sexual violence in society, and PGUSD is no exception. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Anyone online with us? Okay. Press the mic button again, please.
They have to do that every time. Okay. Oh, thank you for everything that you do for the community. I'm a property owner, homeowner, resident of Pacific Grove. And I want to thank that young lady who just spoke. I think she made some excellent points, and I agree with everything she had to say. My point would be regarding this sex education program in Pacific Grove. I was a science teacher in middle school, and we had a sex education program, and that must have been 30, 40 years ago. So things have progressed, and my concern is not with troubling myself that students are going to be educated in sexual protocol, procedure, and operations. However, at what age is it appropriate for students who probably, when I was in middle school, was the furthest thing from my mind? I don't know about other people. Maybe they were more sexually active. And when I was a teacher, we did have students in middle school, some of whom were sexually active. And for them, proper education would have been important, and they had that opportunity. But I'm very cautious about how soon is appropriate for students to be exposed to a curriculum that may be unsecured, may contain links or material or opportunities for people to access their identities, to communicate with them, to pander to them. And I think this is the issue that most concerns me about this particular curriculum, that many people who have viewed it, and some of them are parents, have told me that there are links within the program which lead students to alternative supplemental material of an adult nature, not appropriate for students under 18 years old. So this is my main concern. So have you and everyone diligently, everyone involved, Buck and all the members of the school board, all the administration people, have they thoroughly investigated, taken the time to go through the whole curriculum, which probably takes 15 or 20 hours, maybe more, and taken an objective view of every link and every opportunity and every situation where a student could be vulnerable. This is my main concern. And I bring this to you to share, not to condemn, not to accuse, not to violate your beautiful responsibilities, but just as a concerned resident, I'm concerned that there's a vulnerability here that needs to be addressed. Maybe you need to secure a panel of interested residents, school teachers, school administrators to take the time to thoroughly investigate this particular curriculum that you have been recommended to select, that it may have vulnerabilities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, one person online. We'll go to online next and then in person. Sorry. Yep, you'll be up right next. Sorry about that. We're trying to alternate. Carrie, I think you're up next, hopefully. Why don't we take one more in person while we're working on that? Is that okay with us? And then we'll get Carrie. You'll be up next, so feel free to go back to the podium. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Good evening, board members. My name is Laura Ravelin. My son Luke is graduating from the adult transition program this year. I came to thank you for having him. Luke has autism and is nonverbal. Transitions are hard, especially coming from another district and not knowing anyone. We are Carmel residents and had no program of our own. Claire Davies welcomed us, and we are grateful for the experience. Yolanda Cork Anthony has been very supportive as well as the new director of student services. It took little time to get Luke acclimated, and it's with great thanks to the staff at the adult program. Lorraine Gonzalez created something really unique. Sad to see her retire, but really happy for her as well. I feel it's so wonderful because of the paraprofessional staff who work directly with our young adults. I want you to hear their names because you are very, very fortunate to have them. They are special human beings. Fernando Hernandez, Vanessa Villapando, Kyle Neely, Brian Bloomer, Joelle Hackner, Alexia Galapagos is our speech pathologist, and Megan Roach is the occupational therapist. It's a collaborative effort from everyone that makes that program special. Teacher Lorraine made a lot of connections in the community that offered experiences for our young adults that they have never had before. They go out in the community and they learn life skills. They attend college classes at Monterey Peninsula. They learn how to grocery shop, use money, cook, and work in this wonderful town by volunteering in local businesses. Thank you to those businesses who welcome our adults in so they can learn new skills. They went to the CSUMB watershed and learned to plant and had garden skills. They worked in PG High School cafeteria, stocking, labeling, and cleaning. They went to the movies, which was a first for many, the aquarium, and many walks along our beautiful recreation trail. They are inclusive to all abilities. The staff put on the most loving, heartfelt graduation ceremony for our 3 graduates last week, and it's so nice that you came to support them. Please continue to support this program because it's very rare and unique. I wanted to share what a wonderful and special program it is and has been for my son, Luke. We really are going to miss it greatly. Thank you so much.
Yes, your comments so much. Try online again to Carrie. Okay, we're not hearing you at all, Carrie. Give you about 3 more seconds and then maybe we can try a different way of connecting and then we can come back to you again. Anyone else in person? And you're right ahead, yeah.
My name is Mike Gibb. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove, also a grandparent of 3 middle school kids. On April 10th, I sat down here at the school with a school laptop and began taking the middle school sex ed curriculum. After 90 minutes, I had to take a break and get my head around what I had actually seen. What you have in front of you is an actual screenshot I took at that session on April 10th. If you take out your phone, be careful if you do, type in what you see there without the hashtag. It starts Sex for Life and it goes on. I just warn you, if you do that, you're going to be taking some pretty graphic websites. The thing is that I did this while I was sitting here inside your firewalls and inside your software security. Any student could have done the same thing. When you go onto this site, I even hate to mention what it is. You'll see gay porn directly from that website right there. You'll also see, and this hurts me to say this, something called Chatterbait. It's a live sex chat with videos. Any student could see this based on the screenshot that you see, which is in your curriculum for the middle school. I clicked on that. It asked for age of consent. In California, it's 18, but it doesn't ask you for confirmation. Then it wants your personal information. Imagine 12-year-old Alice, the age of my grandkid. They click on, they go to the site. Do you know what happens next? You know what happens next? They are now forever in that database. That's on your website. It hurts me to say this. I don't think this was a mistake. Now, this is not your mistake. This came from your big company outside curriculum that you as a board approved. I know that several people have been in Dr. Adamson's office, and she's been very responsive in talking about this. But it appears to me that this is a soul sick and creepy Trojan horse that made it past the school district's firewalls and Palo Alto security system. Why? Because this exploitation content was already here. It was already part of the curriculum. It was already inside the school district. I don't know if you understand that or not. Okay. Last year, 2 PG middle school moms raised these issues, 2 of them, to this board, and they were ignored. I strongly suggest that you authorize Dr. Adamson to assemble a team, including community members, to find an acceptable sex ed replacement and standard to keep our kids safe. I hope you take a look at this. I beseech you.
Thank you for the comments. I appreciate it.
Right?
Time's up. Thank you.
Show us what you can do. I believe in you guys. I believe you to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we'll try again online. We're running at about 17:15 on this topic, and that was with the pause, just to let folks know.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, yes. Thank you.
Oh, good. Yay. Sorry. This is Carrie Serpa. I live and teach in the Pacific Grove community, and both of my children participated in the Planned Parenthood program at Pacific Grove Middle School. And I appreciated it being offered for all the reasons that Molly stated. And I just wanted to remind anyone who disagrees with the curriculum being offered, those families can opt their kids out. So please just opt your kids out and let me make the decision for mine to have this education. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We do have time, about 2 minutes left, if anyone wants to make another comment on this topic. Okay. If there's no more community member comments, we will go on to the PGUSD staff comments next. Are you stretching, Lito, or are you coming up to talk to us? Okay, just stretching. Ah, I'm so hopeful. Anyone online? Okay. I think with that, I will close out public comment from staff as well. So now we're on to item 6, the consent agenda. We have a total of U items on the consent agenda. So at this point, I think we'll bring it up for public comment if anyone has any questions or concerns about it. You're welcome to approach the podium with Mr. Gibbs.
Mike Gibbs again. So just to be clear, any of the items on the consent agenda, I can comment. Is that correct?
If you have a concern with them, I think that's my understanding. Is that right? Yeah.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. This is in particular in regard to item 6K. 6K. So this is the PG middle report on the CAASPP results for mathematics. So this is for all students in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Right. Those results are, I believe, in the packet. I'm not sure everybody looked at it. I'm not asking you to raise your hands or hold your phones, but does anybody know for combined grade 6, 7, and 8, what the math score or the number of kids that either meet standard exceeded or standard met? Does anybody know what that percentage is? Standard exceeded, standard met. In this district, for the middle school kids, 53% of the kids meet that criteria. The other 7% are below standard. 47% are below standard. Now, I think if you look at California scores, you might say that's not so bad. Our granddaughter goes to school in downtown Oakland. Math proficiency scores there, she's in middle school, are about 12%. 12. LA, they're about 15. So you can say, well, we're doing pretty good. But I'm not sure that the parents of Pacific Grove who are graduating kids, who are going to compete for jobs around the world, I don't think that's good enough. My wife and I ran for 15 years an education company. We saw kids coming from 20 different countries who far exceeded our kids' ability to meet certain math standards to do calculations. If you don't know your basic math calculations by the time you're in the 9th grade, you're sunk. You can't do trig, you can't do geometry. We're at 47% of the kids can't. All I'm saying is maybe we should spend more time on the basic curriculum items, less time on other things which are a distraction. None of us are saying, by the way, that any of those items, including the middle school sex ed curriculum, should be suspended. Nobody ever said that. And that's not what we're for. But let's spend more time making sure our kids know math and science when they graduate. And it's a great school district. So let's make sure they do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Another comment. Yeah, we have another comment on the consent agenda. This item K is the SIPSA. So we will have the LCAP coming later if it's focusing on LCAP. This is specifically yes. Okay. Perfect. With that, I'll close public comment and go to board discussion. Does anyone have anything they'd like to discuss, ask questions, or full consent? I'll say I'm happy with it as it stands. And just point out again that we are going to be approving Mr. O'Meara as part of our consent agenda, excitingly.
I just wanted to, Dr. Addison touched on it, but a thank you to all of the site level teams, the high school, community high, middle school, Robert Down and Forest Grove for all your work on the SIPSAs. Sitting on school site council for a few years, I remember the joy of trying to get that plan put together and then align it with the LCAP in a timely way. And it's so much work. So thank you all for doing that on top of everything else you do. We appreciate you. So
I could not say that better. Well said, Trustee McNary.
Times 3. What a huge job. And we are so grateful for everyone that put in so much work. You guys are awesome. You rock. We couldn't have anybody better here. Thank you guys so much.
Trustee Carolyn, anything to?
I hesitate to comment too far down the road with the SIPSAs without actually having myself pull it from the agenda to talk about, but I did have some questions throughout, but what I'm gonna do is instead of take board meeting time with it, I'm gonna ask Linda those questions at the next one-on-one, and it just has to do with the dollar amounts allocated for each of the schools to address the SIPSA goals, because there's kind of a vast difference, and so I'm gonna follow up with her one-on-one on that. So I don't need to pull it, but I just want to say for public record that I'm gonna follow up on that.
That's great. And then we can have that potentially reported back out at the next board meeting as well. So
Yeah, and
we
then
can-
she can, whatever gleans from that conversation, she can do a board report. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so
Will
much.
you be including the person that created the SIPSA in that meeting as well?
Up to Linda. But usually my one-on-ones with her are just one-on-one. So probably not initially, but if she had a question, I guess she could ask them.
I think it would definitely, yes, include the questions I can't answer that would go straight to the site administrator, since they're the ones who created them. Absolutely, yes, yeah.
Excellent. Any more board discussion? Anything from our student rep? On consent? Okay, great. With that, I think I'm looking for a motion to approve our consent agenda.
Also move.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved by trustee Otmar and seconded by trustee McNary. And we'll go first to our student rep vote. Please remind me if I don't do that. You get to go first.
Thanks. I approve.
Okay, and then all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Not, we have it passing 4-0 +1 with a student rep. So with that, we're now on to our public hearings. So we will get first into this is the meat of the packet, thanks to, as was stated, we could not have done, oh, yes.
Did you want to do the walk-on or did you already do that?
Thank you. Well, I think we had the walk on actually at the beginning of the action discussion. So that's coming up at.
Oh, because it's a consent item.
Well,
okay.
it's not that, but it's an action discussion rather than a public hearing.
Thank
So we're in
you.
public hearing right now.
Okay, walk-on is at,
The beginning of 8 action discussion, AA.
thank you
Thank
so
you for the
much.
reminder.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
So we're starting with the adopted budget public hearing fiscal year 24-25, put together by our assistant superintendent, Josh Jordan. Take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Hazen and trustees. So throughout the fiscal year, I talk about this often, but our budget, sorry, put this slide up. We do the fiscal year cycle. The district budgets for various funds and they're revised to meet reflecting changes in financial conditions as well as directions by the board. The process begins as noted on this cycle here with report 1, which is the adopted budget for 24-25, which will be held on June 6th, 2024. The statutory requirement is that the district adopts a budget prior to July 1 of the preceding fiscal year. Report 2 is presented to the board in September, which is the 23-24 unaudited actuals, which effectively recaps the prior fiscal year, properly posts beginning fund balances, updates revenue, and is really a better picture for the school district as it relates to the ongoing budget throughout that fiscal year. Budget revisions are made then again throughout the year. We do one in this district in October. It's prior to first interim, and that's an October revision. But then we do first interim reporting December 15th. And then again, we do our second interim reporting, which just happened this past March, but again in the budget cycle next March, and then the budget cycle repeats. The 24-25 public hearing for the budget was produced based on zero-based budgeting. Over 200 hours were spent in meetings with site administrators, office managers, human resources, and finally, the entire fiscal office team worked tirelessly to develop the 24-25 budget. By no means is this a perfect science, and that is what the district presents. That's why the district presents a first and second interim as well as a October revision in the 24-25 year. That is so we can make adjustments. Tonight's 24-25 budget public hearing will cover the projected program revenue and expenditures through June 30th of 2025. The development included property tax projections for 24-25, which have been updated based on the county tax assessor's 24-25 assessed valuation growth assessment. Beginning fund balances have been posted based on the current 23-24 assumed actuals. Again, we'll have the unaudited actuals in September. And then restricted revenues received and expenditures projected have also been budgeted in this preliminary budget, which I'm bringing forward today. This is just a quick highlight snapshot of the overall budget assumptions for 24-25. On the left-hand side, you can see we have a projected enrollment of 11,785 students. That's 18 higher than the 23-24 year. I will highlight that our kinder and our TK enrollment is starting to creep up. We're going to see a bubble in those grade levels. I anticipate a bubble will continue, but you can see that as we go through the projections this year for the 24-25 budget. Property tax revenue, we have an assessment of 5.5% is given to us by the County Tax Assessor's Office, which equates to $36,139,774 in property tax revenue. That's just under 1.4 million over this current year's property tax revenue. CalSTRS and CalPERS, those highlighted rates here are in the center. CalSTRS rate is still flat at 19.1%. The CalPERS rate is escalating by 0.62% to 27.3. PERS does have their annual adjustment meeting in June, so these are only projections at this point for the PERS rate. There might be an increase, there might be a small decrease, but this is the best guess we have at this point until they adopt. The district receives an LCFF, local control funding formula base. That's at the top on the far second from the right-hand column of 2.5 million, just over 2.5 million. And that base has stayed the same for the past 2 fiscal years. And then on the far right-hand side, we note the budget allocation per pupil allocation for each school site. Each school site has its own site budget, and that's based on per pupil allocation of $150 per student. We have no new programs associated with one-time funds. Those of you that are familiar in tracking the budget, those were things like ESSER and GEAR, a lot of the federal dollars that the districts have received since COVID. Some folks call them COVID monies. There are other one-time programs associated with state programs, that we have no new programs on the horizon built into the 24-25 budget. Salary and benefits, we do highlight here at this time the negotiations process, and as built into the budget, we've built in 3.25% on salary and $3,300 to increase the district contribution to health and welfare for Pacific Grove Teachers Association. And the district is still in negotiations with California School Association staff. We plan to wrap up negotiations with CSCA sometime here in the next week. The district reserves, as you can see, we have a projected deficit of just under 300,000 with around a 9.7% reserve. And again, as I'll mention, unaudited actuals, these will change based on where we actually ended this year with our ending fund balance and our expenditures. But this is my best guess at this point. That's a pretty good one. I think I'm within about 0.5%, the margin of error from where we projected at the beginning of the year. Sorry. Next slide. On this slide, this is the district overview, which is always included in our budget book. The budget book is posted on our website. It's a 173-page budget book, but at the end, this is our district summary. It shows everything from student enrollment at all sites broken down by demographic across the top. Enrollment of our CBEDS reporting, that's all captured from CBEDS reporting, which is our student ADA reporting. On the left-hand side, we show our expenditures and revenue snapshot for 24-25, which I'll be going through tonight. Over on the right-hand side, we show the historical STRS and PERS rates. Again, note that there will be an increase to PERS this year, is projected at 27.3%. In the middle, we note general fund trends. You can note the steady reduction over the course of from 15-16 down to 23-24. From 16.7% down to 10.3%, and as I noted, a projected reserve balance of 9.7 for the projections for 24-25. In the middle, you can see just above that property tax revenue trends. So we had a pretty high year in 22-23. I don't have the actuals yet for 23-24. We do receive June tax payments, but we're going to be hovering in the neighborhood of around 5.5 to 6.25%. This is the next slide here is the district's combined projected revenue. This is unrestricted and restricted revenues for the district. You can see that the county and district tax unsecured taxes make up about 84% of our overall revenue, just over 38.7 million. 2% of our revenue, this has declined substantially over the course of the last couple of years, but just around 2%, just under 650,000 comes from federal revenue. Other state revenue, just above 3.5% at 8%, and other local revenue just below 3 million at 6%. The overall projected year total for 24-25 is 45,745,973. You can see how it's broken down on the pie chart below. This is our general fund combined page. Again, this is in the budget book, which we share with you online. It's also, it was not included in the packet this time, but it will be included at our budget adoption. This is the combined summary for the district on our SACS Form 1. If you're interested in looking at that, it's on page 412 in the agenda. The 24-25 proposed adopted budget has a beginning fund balance with the arrow at the top there of just over 6.6 million, 6,653,279. This is made up of the 23-24 carryover projections from restricted and unrestricted accounts. Restricted being 1,153,599. That's above the 6.6, and our unrestricted amount of just under 5.5 million. The district projects revenue, as noted on the previous slide, to be just over 45 million, 45,745,973. And if you follow down to the next area, the expenditures are projected at 46,029,561, which nets us the 283,588 deficit, which is shown in parentheses there in the middle of the page. And as you note here, it's all in red because the entire deficit projected is all unrestricted. It's not restricted this time around. The ending fund balance projections, that's the next arrow down at 5,969,691. And then down at the bottom is our components of ending fund balance. And the way that this breaks apart is the district carries non-spendable cash, revolving cash of $5,000. The restricted carryover of just over 1.3 million. Those are for restricted resources, and they will be attributed to further expenditures in the out year. And then down below, signed reserves. So they break down basically to leave us with a ending fund balance of just under $6 million, which equates to a 9.7% reserve. Here's an illustration of the projected expenditures for the 24-25 year. As you can see, we've actually been declining. When I first started here at the district, the overall expenditures for salary and benefits were hovering around 90%. It's gone down to around 87%, I believe, is that's where we're at right now. 87% total expenditures tied to salary and benefits. So you can see here how it breaks apart. Certificated salaries, 44%, classified salaries, 20%, employee benefits, 24%. That's the one that's on the rise, and we're keeping a close eye on. Books and supplies at 2%, services and other operating expenditures at 9.5%, and then other outgoing indirect is 0.5%. Cash flow, of course, is an issue, for any school district, but specifically a basic aid school district. And that's because as a basic aid district, we receive our property tax revenue throughout the year, but primarily during the month of December and the month of April. So it's really important that as the CBO for the district, I'm monitoring cash flow from July to December. If the district did not levy a TRAN, which is a tax revenue anticipation note, the district would then be dipping into its reserves to make salary. And that's an issue. It's an issue for every single basic aid school district. And again, the rationale is that the tax revenue trickles in hundreds of thousands, and then you get like a $18 million, $19 million revenue hit in December. So from July to December, we need that revenue influx. And that is why this district has been historically doing a TRAN for over 20 years now. And we plan a TRAN in our budget next year. Benefits, just want to do a quick highlight of our Object 3000 benefits. Position control carried forward the 24-25 changes in our statutory benefits. The vacancies have been reconciled and or eliminated at this point. Again, we're going to dive into that a little deeper during unaudited actuals, which takes place this summer. You can note that the 24-25 STRS is staying flat at 19.1%, and PERS is projected to increase. The combined employer contribution to employee benefits is just over $11.5 million for this district. Books and supplies, this is our Object 4000s. There's been a substantial reduction in the 24-25 budget, and that's specifically tied to, as I mentioned, the loss of restricted revenue. Restricted expenditures have been falling off because restricted programs are not being renewed. So if you take a look here at the 24-25 column, we have an overall budget of just over 1.1 million for textbooks and for books and supplies for this fiscal year. And you can see that's dropped by about 1.5 million since last year. 5,000s here. This is our Sorry, 1 second. Turn too many pages. The 5,000s is our services and other operating expenditures. And as you can see at the bottom, we're carrying a budget of 4.3 million. Again, this is attributed to the reduction in restricted resource revenue. So we're trending downward effectively with our 5,000 objects. So now we're going to take a look at our funds, and we're going to start with Fund 11. Fund 11 is our adult education fund. And if you're tracking along in the agenda, this is page 426 through 431 of the agenda, and those are our SACS reports. This is a summary of our SACS report. But if you're interested in looking at the SACS report in total, page 426 through 431, we have a projected beginning fund balance in 24-25 of 138,580. Total revenue for projections for 24-25 total just over 3 million. We have total expenditures for 24-25, again totaling for just over 3 million. That's good. You don't really want to see a surplus or a deficit in these funds. So we're basically tracking along with our revenue and expense, leaving us with a projected ending fund balance of 145,056. One thing I will mention, if you look at the expenditures in the center area and you see the books and supplies and services and other, those are your 4,000s and 5,000s right here. We have planned expenditures for this year in these amounts right here. However, until I post unaudited actuals, we may not realize this volume of expense. So some of that might move over at the budget revision. And that's what's been happening with the adult education program. But they're in a good place fiscally. Fund 12, this is our child development fund, pages 432 through 437 in the packet. The projected beginning fund balance is 137,716. Total revenue, 492,002. That's made up of state and local revenue. Planned expenditures, 419,892. Small surplus, 72,000. Leaves us with an ending fund balance of 137,155. Fund 13, the cafeteria fund. This is page 438 through 443 in your packet. The projected beginning fund balance is 754,190, and total revenues are in excess of 1.3 million. I will say that, you know, for some time now, the federal revenue was making up a ton of revenue for this program, and then it shifted to California state revenue for the Universal Meals Program. So how that translates into our school district is additional funding, which generates additional potential surplus. So we have to work on spending some of this down. That's a good thing for the school district. That's operating new meals, new menus, expanding program, salad bars. Robert's not here tonight, but I would commend him for the things he's done within the food service program over the course of the last year. But from a fiscal perspective, it's really important that we continue to grow this program here, because these are not restricted dollars, but in some way they are. You cannot carry a very high percentage in reserves or an ending fund balance. But I will note here that we have a projected ending fund balance, of was around 758,000. 758,658 for the 24-25 year. Next up, Fund 14. This is our deferred maintenance fund. Again, page 444 through 448 in the packet. We have a projected beginning balance of 424,023. Total revenues of 97,853. I don't have the $200,000 transfer in from the general fund in revenues. That's down below. That was board action taken last year. The board took action to move $200,000 from the unrestricted general fund into Fund 14 and Fund 40. So you'll notice that down below in the middle of the page. But effectively, the end result is a very healthy ending fund balance in Fund 14. When I started in the district, the fund balance was hovering in the $50,000 to $60,000 range. So we're building this fund back up for its intended purpose, and that was at the direction of the board. So kudos to the board for making that decision. Fund 20, this is something that I kind of gloss over every year because there's not a lot of movement, but this is our post-employment benefit fund. 6,407 beginning balance and 6,661 ending fund balance. This money basically has to reside here. It can't be inter-fund transferred to any other fund, and it will sit here every year. We'll talk about this. Fund 21. This is our building and technology fund. This houses Measure D and Measure A. As you can see here, have a projected beginning fund balance of just over 2.3 million at the top. Total revenues of 6.5. Now that 6.5 million revenue is an anticipated Measure D Series C release for the 24-25 year. We have anticipated expenditures of just over 5.8 million. And with the Series C release, that would leave the district with a surplus of 627,000 and an ending fund balance of just under $3 million. Last year, we have a snapshot of Fund 40, similar to 14. This is another fund that had not been carrying a balance for a very long time. And by board direction, we've been moving $200,000 from the unrestricted general fund to build up a fund balance. And Fund 40 is a capital outlay, capital reserve fund account. This year, we started out with the beginning fund, or sorry, for 24-25, we're projecting 866,789 beginning fund balance, 308,000 in revenue, 308,047 in revenue, and that's attributed to the David Avenue School Monterey Bay charter lease primarily. We don't have a whole lot of expenditure built up into here because we really need to work on a capital outlay plan for this fund. But we do have some planned activity. As you can see, it's 308,047 mirroring the revenue, which would leave us with an ending fund balance of just over $1 million, 1,066,789. And that is our projected budget for 24-25. If you have any questions, I'm ready and willing to answer them.
I don't normally clap after that, but the numbers we are getting, it's impressive to see the numbers trending back up to 10%. So, and as always, a great presentation. I'll say more board. Sorry, I'm jumping a little bit out of order here, but we now have, I guess I need to actually open the public hearing. Is that right? With the gavel at this point. And just to note, we're not going to be taking action on these items A and B because we'll be doing that at a later board meeting, if that's correct. So I'll go ahead and open our public hearing at 7:55 for public comment, if there is any on the budget. Don't all rush up to the podium. No one online. Okay. With that, I'll go to board discussion. I'll start if that's okay.
Yeah.
And I'll go to you next, Trustee Carolyn. Just to say again, and there's gonna be a lot of these, I think, tonight, particularly for Josh and Buck, but Josh, this is amazing. I am so impressed with how clear you make this. I feel like these numbers were really difficult to follow in the past, but it is something that I was able to skate along and really see, again, kind of what good state we're in, and to, again, channel Brian a bit and quote a Radiohead song, no surprises. Like that's where we're at. And it's really exciting to see us, still on track. So thanks for presenting. No concerns with what you presented at all. Sorry, Trustee Carolyn. Yep.
Thank you. The slides, especially at the beginning, were really digestible. I don't know if you used a new format or something for those. I like the color and I appreciate that. So, thank you. And then I do have a couple of questions. So, you know how we established, I think it was Fund 25 for developer fees. When does that show up on here?
Yep. Yeah, so the Fund 25 was established, as you mentioned, at the last board meeting, which is where we will move developer fees. All of that will happen during the unaudited actuals process because the fund wasn't established until recently. So what we did was we established a management code in our SACS formula, our SACS budget string that tracks all of the developer fee revenue.
Mm-hmm.
And then during unaudited actuals, the Fund 25, it's already established. Everything will move in there. But because there's no activity yet, I didn't propose it for the budget. But that will come at the unaudited actuals and then follow from here on out.
Okay, thank you. And then, so two more things. So the first one, so I remember when you were talking about 90% of the our funding going to salaries and benefits, and then how you kind of, from my understanding, went through and put the vacancy, did something with the vacancies so that those were not counting against the monies towards that percentage. And so will you just expound upon that? Like, are we still doing that? What salary range are you using when you're lowest range, highest range, or like what's going on with that?
Yeah, so we have, so it's a great question. So, I mean, because it seems odd, right, that we had a 3% significant drop. What happened last year, and I explained this during unaudited actuals last year, and then again, we will do the same this year, is we build vacancies into the budget, which encumbers funds, right? So, and those encumbrances hold up money in the budget. If we clear out those vacancies, it relieves those funds, right? And a ton of the vacancies that were in the 22-23 budget that we unencumbered during the unaudited actuals process is what initially lowered that percentage of 90% to, I believe it went down to 88. I think we only just dropped less than 1% this time around. So we still have vacancy setups in the budget because there are positions that sit vacant throughout the year. We try to fill those as we can. But what I'm trying to do with our fiscal team is really take a look at, are we going to fill those positions? Do we need to keep them in the budget? If they're not currently in the budget, we have an opportunity to add them back in at a budget revision or an interim. So it's better to kind of clean the budget up, pull some of those encumbrances out so that we're not carrying that in our bottom line. So that's what we've done. That's what we did in 22-23. That's what we will do this summer when preparing unaudited actuals. And I mean, we may even see vacancy cleanup again this summer during unaudited actuals to again lower that percentage once more.
So it's a balance. You're not removing all vacancies
Yeah.
because some of them should be encumbered in there.
That's right.
Obviously, we're gonna fill them. Okay. And then my last question is kind of like something for the future, if the board agrees. You know, we heard a lot about Prop, I think it's 28 for like art and music funding, if I'm saying that correctly. And we've had some community members ask, I'm curious myself, and so I'm wondering if, I think you might already be planning it, but can we just hear about that? Like how much money is gonna come in and where we're gonna spend it? And I think it would just help clear up some confusion and maybe even bring some excitement.
Yeah, sure. So Prop 28 funding revenue is at P2. That's a budget node number, but it's during April basically, right? So we received around $86,000 was our first revenue draw. We have for next year's spending plan, it's about $236,000. Not all of the revenue has been realized yet. So when I build a budget, I don't build expenditures in without revenue. So the 78,000-ish, under 80,000 we received. We've tied that to some positions in the district, one of those being elementary music, right? And we also increased the FTE. We know there's a need for that. 80% of the Prop 28 dollars have to be spent on salary and benefits on people, not on books and supplies and equipment. So what I actually have to do is bring an expenditure plan to this board for approval. It's just not ready yet because we only just realized our very first draw of revenue in April. But we do actually have an expenditure plan that's been built. I worked on it with our outgoing fiscal officer, and we will bring it to the board for approval. If I don't have it ready by the June 6th meeting, we'll bring it forward to the board for approval, our first meeting in August.
Okay. And then just my last kind of comment is that our budget every year for our agency is $45-ish million. That's what we're estimating. Our demographic that we serve is all of the city of Incorporated Pacific Grove, as well as a slice of Pebble Beach. So technically, our jurisdiction is bigger than the city of Pacific Grove. I'm not actually sure what the budget for the city is, but we have a mayor here, so I'm kind of curious. So you can, if you want to, you can tell us later. I'll look it up. But I just want to acknowledge that, yes, we are a small school district, but our district is quite robust. The trustees, now we're in zones, but when we serve that large, our voter base is larger than city council and mayor. So I think we're doing good work. Thank you.
I don't think I have much more to add. Those were great questions. Thank you for asking them. Thanks. You're smart, and thank you. I don't think there's much more than that to say. And you covered a lot of it too. So thanks a bunch. This is awesome.
Thank you for the very detailed presentation and the slides. I do appreciate the simple graphic breakdown for my brain. And thank you again for the TRAN explanation, because in some ways it seems odd that we have to get a loan every year, but there's a really good explanation because we only receive our property tax revenue when they give it to us, and we don't really have a choice. It's nice to see there might be a slight increase in enrollment and property taxes, and hopefully that continues to trend in that direction. But thank you to you and your team for getting us here and helping the board feel comfortable with this. So.
Student trustee DiMaggio, if you'd like to add.
those graphics are great. You've been helping me follow along. Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that, I will close public hearing because we have no direction at this time, and we'll move to our next public hearing, closing at 8:03. And now we're opening up our public hearing of the Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP, for PGUSD, being presented by our Director of Curriculum and Special Projects, Mr. Buck Rogoman. Opening, I guess I will not open, there's no opening on this one. Yeah, I'll do that once after we're done.
Good evening, trustees. It feels great to be up here this evening. I am Buck Rogoman, the Director of Curriculum and Special Projects, and it's my pleasure to bring to you the PGUSD LCAP for 24-25. And I think one of the things I want you to notice right off the bat on this very, very first slide are the words belonging, safety, and prosperity. You've heard us start to talk about that, but those are the three things that we really want for our students when they go through our schools and then when they leave our schools. We want them to have a sense of belonging. So a lot of the items that you're going to see in this LCAP this evening have to do with trying to help students feel more connected to our schools. We want our students to be safe at schools. So some of the items that Assistant Superintendent Jorn talked about that came to us from the safety meeting with our community members are also going to be reflected in here. And then building a strong academic program that's going to have our students be college and career ready when they leave is what we hope is going to help them build a prosperous life. And when we talk about that, it's not just about making money, but it's about building a life where they thrive. So that's going to be the social, emotional health that goes with our students, as well as fortifying them to make a living when they leave our schools. The presentation is going to kind of go in this order. We're going to talk about the requirements, a little bit about the engagement process with our community members, how you build a goal for the LCAP. Then we're going to talk, that's a typo, and I apologize for it. There are 5 goals this year instead of 3. And then we're just going to talk a little bit about our ongoing story. So the Local Control and Accountability Plan is a 3-year plan that describes the goals, actions, services, and expenditures to support the positive student outcomes that address state and local priorities. This is really an important year because we're building the LCAP for the next 3 years. So what we commit to with this plan is the goals and emphasis that we're going to have for the district for the next 3 years. Here are some of the 8 state priorities that have to be addressed in the LCAP. You're going to notice on that wheel, there's actually 10. There's 2 of them that are county priorities and the rest are school district priorities. Okay, so when we talk about the requirements, every LCAP must have the items that you see listed there on the bullet points. You have the slides, the public has the slides, so I don't think I need to read them, but this is what are the required components for the LCAP. The input, the engagement of our educational partners was more robust than it had been in the year past. And when we look at the educational partners that we talked to, we really focused on our students, our families, the certificated staff, the classified staff, the community in general, and then also our administrators. What I wanted to show here was a little bit of the growth that our advisory committees have made from the 2021-22 school year up until this school year, the 2023-2024. Where you see items in red, those are going to be groups that have been added. When you look at the feedback meetings that we had student advisory meetings, 1 at each one of our schools. I'm going to be 100% honest as a former teacher. These were the most fun meetings that we had. It was so much fun and so enlightening. We learned so much sitting down and talking with our students. It didn't come as a surprise at all. It came more as a reminder That is very important for us when we're trying to figure out what to do with our schools, no matter how young the students are, no matter how old the students are. They have great insight because they're the ones living the experience every single day. Our parent ed advisory groups met 5 times. I think what we learned is 5 is probably too many meetings for the parent ed advisory group because meeting fatigue started to set in. So I think that we can get just as much accomplished if we hold 3, and we're probably going to make that move next year. We met with our certificated staff in the bargaining units. We have monthly meetings with them. Both our certificated and classified staff. And what also was new this year was we had 2 community meetings that were expressly for input on the LCAP. The first one, we kind of talked about things that people would like to see in our schools. And then the second meeting, what we did was go over some of the survey data that was available at the time. And with the admin team, we have about 2 admin meetings every month, and we get plenty of input from our admin team at those meetings. Some other input opportunities. What was new to this year were the community meetings for the cultural proficiency and also the safety meetings that we had. Those were 2 very important meetings. And just because it's not labeled an LCAP meeting, that input from those meetings still finds its way into this local control and accountability plan. We had site-based parent meetings, the things like the PTSA meetings, school site council, site-based staff meetings, our typical staff meeting, and then the leadership team meetings. And then student leadership classes provide input at the school level as well as the student councils. And then we had an LCAP survey for the first time this year with a student survey, a staff survey, and a family survey. The student survey, we had well over 1,000 students. We sat them down and we made them take it. So there's, it wasn't an option really for our students. The families, we had a great participation from our families. About 790 of our families weighed in, and that is excellent for the survey. And then we also gave a survey to our staff. The California Healthy Kids Survey surveyed the same groups, but only students in grades 5, 7, 9, and 11, and family as well as staff. One of the things we're thinking of doing is a single survey. And what we can do is we can have all of it based off the California Healthy Kids Survey. I think that what we learned was the content of the California Healthy Kids Survey really is some of the most important data that we're looking for. So if we did the California Healthy Kids Survey for each one of our groups, it would still be broken up by the different populations that attend our schools. And the other element that we would need to add is something where people can comment. So if we did the California Healthy Kids Survey for just the specific answers, questions where you mark a box, multiple choice answer, and then combine that with commentary, we think that might be the best approach going forward. That way everyone only takes one essay. It's going to be easier to message that. And I think the participation rate of the survey will be higher. Plus the questions from WestEd are research-based. And I think that's going to be an important quality as we go forward. All right, the parts of a goal. When you're building a goal, you have the goal itself, which is kind of the full statement where it's the high ideal of what you want for our students. Second is an explanation of why we have that goal. Then you're going to see the metrics that are going to be used to gauge the progress toward that goal. Then we have the actions that we're going to take to achieve that goal. And then there's an analysis section that's going to analyze how we carried out the goal. Because this is a new LCAP, the analysis portion is in what's called the 23-24 update. That 24 update is attached to the back of this plan. So it's still in the packet. It's just not like embedded in the official LCAP document itself, but it's still part of the LCAP. All right, the goals for our schools. I think it's important to go ahead and pause and read this for the public. PGUSD will create a culture of we at every school site where educators and families work together as partners, sharing responsibility, leadership, and advocacy for the academic success of all students. All PGUSD families will feel welcome and fully invested in their students' education through authentic partnerships with teachers and site leaders in a safe, nurturing, and culturally responsive school environment. All district and school policies and practices will be equitable and inclusive for all students and families, creating a culture of belonging where students of every economic circumstance, culture, religion, race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, learning ability, and language feel welcome and a sense of connection. When you're looking at this goal, it's really addressing the academic program. And this is where we're focusing on that college and career readiness for our students. What's different about the way that we wrote this goal, and I say we because it's not me that just sat there and wrote this goal, but what's different about the way that we wrote this goal is that whole focus on a culture of we and the emphasis on all students and all of the language that embodies the cultural proficiency work that we've been doing for the past 3 years is codified in the language of the goal itself. When we look at the explanation of the goal, we really want to establish this culture of we across the district, not only in our schools, but in the district office, with the way that we interact with staff, with the way staff interacts with each other, and with the students and with our families. So our educators and families work together to build welcoming schools for all of our students. We want our students to be college ready. We want them to come out of PG High so when they step on the campus at UCSB like Mike Claire did 3 years ago, that they're ready to excel. By the way, high school teachers that are here, well done. We also want them to be career ready. And this is where having a rich career technical education list of pathways is going to help our students prepare for the future. So what we did was we identified a few of the key metrics with each one of these. There's more than 3 metrics in the LCAP that when you sink your teeth into it. But what we looked at for tonight was the graduation rate, which was 85.6 in 22-23. Keep in mind that's the 4-year cohort rate. So of the seniors who began the school year in 22-23 last year, and Assistant Principal Hadquist, you can probably help me out. I think it was 2 students that started the year were not able to graduate last year. It might have only been 1. It was 1. Thank you. And the desired outcome, of course, is to have 100% of our students graduate. The difference between the 4-year cohort is our students that move away affect that score if they went to a different place and dropped out. The graduation rate, so that's really the biggest factor for us there. Then we're looking at the A through G and CTE, the qualification rate. The rate this year, when we checked DataQuest in the spring, was 37.2. Checked it earlier in the fall, it was 41.7. I didn't get an adequate explanation for what the change was. It's about the same. The goal that we want to meet for 26-27 is to have 75% of our kids complete the A through G UC and CSU requirements. We think that's a reasonable goal, even though it's at 37 this year, because really the low number this year was an anomaly for our schools. Typically, the A through G rate at our school tracks more between 50 to 65%. And so we don't think that 75 is going to be an unreasonable goal. Also, we cheated a little bit and looked at the rate that we're on track to meet for this year. And it's looking like it's coming in around 58%. So we thought that if we start at 58, that 75 isn't an unreasonable amount. And then we want to keep publicizing the CTE program so we can bring up the number of CTE completers to about 25%. And then our AP pass rate was 76.6 in 22-23. We would like to bring that number up to 80. I think a great point was made at one of our parent ed advisory meetings is that these are only the students who are taking the tests. Not every student that takes an AP class signs up and takes the test. So that number, while it's a number for us to be proud of, there has to be the realistic look at that number too, that this isn't every single one of our students that takes an AP class. This is every one of our students that takes an AP test. So it's a great passing rate for those students that are testing. And then I think that what we can do is keep messaging and get as many of our students to take that test as we can. And I know you do that. But it'll be great to keep on messaging that. So what we decided to do with our actions was really talk about how the community feedback has influenced the actions that we're going to take in support of our goals. So as you look at that, for improving the A through G rate, that was one of the things that stood out at our parent groups and our community meetings. And so we have a specific action for that. It's action 1.7. And some of the components of that are we're going to monitor the A through G completion rate, identify barrier classes, and then provide support for students, especially in those classes that sometimes act as a barrier. The other element that's going to help that out is we're going to move from having a separate A through G credit recovery class to having the ability to recover credits occur in each one of the productive study classes at the high school. That means that instead of one section a day where students are trying to recover credits, now at the high school, there's going to be up to 5. Where if a student is enrolled in one of those productive study classes where they have time to do their homework, their classwork, now they'll also have the ability to make up a credit if they're credit deficient for that A through G fulfillment. We're going to improve the school safety. Assistant Superintendent Jorn talked about the visitor management system, safety training for staff, and trying to streamline our communications in emergency situations. We're also going to provide professional development that's directly related to subject areas taught. This is part of the feedback we got from the staff in our LCAP survey. And so we're going to work with the district admin to try to identify time where we can bring people from the county to do subject-specific professional development for our staff, in addition to the district-wide staff development that we're looking at doing as well. All right, some more feedback for goal 1. We want to try to bring our test scores back to pre-pandemic levels. That's going to be one of our strong professional development initiatives where we partner with Solution Tree to establish a model professional learning community at every one of the schools in the district. Each one of the schools mentioned that as something that could improve the teaching and learning that goes on at the sites. One of the things about great teachers is that great teachers always want to do their craft even better. And by building this professional learning community, we think we're going to be able to really help our teachers do a great job of studying student data and making instructional adjustments off of that study. Okay, some of the other feedback that we got was that we'd like to see the facilities improve and the students emphasize the bathrooms. And so in talking with Director Anderson, he's got a plan for that. And so we wanted to make sure that that made it to the packet as well. But we wanted to review the conditions for the bathrooms and plan and improve things there. And then also look at the homework load at the secondary level. When we did our student survey, one of the things that we realized was that the homework was getting assigned over the school breaks. And one of the aspects of our homework policy is that we weren't going to do that. So we want to review and recommit to the homework policy that we have in the district. Breath. Okay, social emotional learning, that all schools will nurture learning environments that are intellectually, physically, and emotionally safe. Our educators will create an environment that promotes positive relationships among students and staff to increase school connectedness and a sense of belonging. Every student will feel connected to a minimum of one adult on campus who cares for them, watches out for them, checks in with them regularly, and to whom they can turn to during times of need. This speaks to one of the most fundamental aspects of teaching, and that is that we can make a powerful impact on our students through the positive relationships that we build with them. And so really the reason why is we want to put an emphasis on nurturing the mental health of our students and improving the connection that they have with our schools. Some of the metrics that we're going to use to measure this is going to be our chronic absenteeism. One of the requirements that we have is any of our students that score in the red on the California dashboard, which is at the lowest level, there needs to be an action that specifically addresses that. So we've got a chronic absenteeism action that's going to be measured by this metric. Then we're going to also use the question, do teachers and grownups care about you at our schools. In the California Healthy Kids Survey, you'll see that in fifth grade, it was 83%. Seventh grade was 56, ninth grade was 52, 11th grade was 65. And I think that's been consistent as we've looked at this data through the years. In elementary school, you have one adult. That's your teacher for the entire day. That breaks down a little bit when we get to the secondary schools. So we're going to work to see what we can do to help establish that meaningful relationship at the secondary level for those of our kids that aren't feeling that. And then also be an active partner with our parents. The school encourages me to be an active partner. Right now, we're at 82%. We'd like to be able to bring that up to 90. When you're looking at the feedback that led to these actions in goal 2, we added a mental health therapist at the middle school. The feedback that we got was how positive the work that was being done with our mental health therapists at the high school and the elementary level. And so the void at the middle school was pretty stark. And so we built that into the budget. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Jorn. And it's going to show up for us next year. Also, we want to improve that chronic absenteeism rate, and items 2.4 and 2.10 speak to that. From the feedback we got, every group that we talked to wanted us to address bullying in our schools. So one of the main initiatives that we're going to begin next year and carry on for the next 3 years is partnering with restorative justice partnerships. They are the group that initially did the restorative justice work with Denver Public Schools, which is one of the shining examples of that work in action. And so they're going to work with us this year. Also, 2.4 talks about know my name, know my face, know my story theme. That is going to be a theme that the district uses next year to try to put an emphasis on establishing those strong connections with our students by our staff. And of course, it's not just our teaching staff, it's all of the adults on our campus that are working with our students. And then we also want to clearly communicate the consequences for bullying in our schools. We heard that repeatedly as we did this, is people don't understand what happens when bullying occurs in our schools, and we want to be able to make that clear for them. Survey data, students were unaware of the mental health services that might have been available to them, so we want to message that better in our schools. That's item 2.3. Okay, goal 3, academic support. Unduplicated students, low socioeconomic, foster youth, and English learners, as well as homeless students and students with disabilities will receive the necessary differentiation and support to make accelerated growth to close the achievement gap. When necessary, targeted intervention using a variety of strategies, programs, and small group instruction will be implemented for students requiring additional tiered support. These programs will be designed to show an increase in our state testing scores for all groups and an improvement in our English learner reclassification rate. All right, and so what this goal really intends to do is to help us focus our effort on groups that don't tend to achieve at the same rate as our general population. What we're going to use to measure that is our state testing. We're going to be looking at our ELA CASPER results. This year, we're starting off at 70.07. What we would do is like to see us get up to 85% as a district, meeting or exceeding that. For the math CASPER results, we're starting off at 56.88%. We would like to get to 70% by 2026-27. And for our EL progress rate, right now we're at 54.5%, and we'd like to get to a point where 65 make progress of at least one level. Those are all dashboard metrics, by the way, too, that we're responsible for. Statewide. Yes, am I going way too long?
No, can I ask a question during this? Okay, so just really quickly for those data points, are you talking about keeping an eye on the overall achievement, or will you be keeping an eye and looking for improvement amongst all of the groups? Is this just like the slide that's the summary, or?
So this is the metric that we'll use overall. However, keep in mind that when we wrote the goal that we're talking about how we want to see an increase in all groups.
Great.
So what will happen if there's an increase by all groups, then that 70 level is going to move up to 85. It's going to be reflected in the whole. If every group gets better, then it only makes sense that the data point for the entire group is going to
But
get
your
better
goal
as
is
well.
for all the groups to rise.
Right. And
And that is specific in the document, right? In the LCAP? Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that we've got the group measurements in there as well.
Thank you.
Again, tried to just do a few.
No, it's really good. It's really good.
The other key metric that we're going to include this year is going to be the distance from the standard, right? And so for English language arts, you're going to see it 60. For math, it's 9.6. Where this is going to help measure some of the progress of our groups. I think is really going to pay off for our students with disabilities. For our students with disabilities, the blue, green, yellow, and red measurement, right? The exceeding the Met standards isn't as accurate as looking at the growth that our students are going to make. So that distance from standard, we're going to want to try to close that with our students with disabilities. And they may not raise a level, right? They might not go from red to yellow, but they might still show growth. And we want to make sure that we monitor that we praise that, and that we're cheering that along too, because growth is growth. And we want to make sure that that's part of our plan as well. All right, so when we met with our district English Learner Advisory Council, one of the things that they did was call for a robust peer-to-peer tutoring program. This is something we've wanted to do for years, but we've never been able to implement it, and we're going to try to commit to this for 3 more years. We want the district to implement tutoring with older students serving the younger students, and then also the peer tutoring with same age students at the high school. The DLAC also expressed support for the AVID program. The popularity of AVID is growing at the high school, so there's a section that's added there, and then we're going to maintain our sections at the middle school as well. And then also the feedback that we got was looking at ways to improve the performance of math throughout the district. And so we've got math intervention sections at the middle school and high school. And then we're also going to do district-wide math articulation to review the student data and make some instructional strategic decisions about what we need to do in order to help our students improve their math skills. Our staff, we're going to, our staff, we're going to maintain the instructional leadership teams. One of the most effective things that have happened at the secondary level is having the instructional leadership teams help plan and then deliver at times the instructional initiatives that are going on at each one of the schools. And then we're also going to have some literacy support for the students in elementary. That's the reading intervention classes that exist at Robert Down and Forest Grove. Due to the elimination of one-time funding, this is just being transparent. We're going to lose some intervention services at the elementary school next year. Goal 4, PGUSD will strive to create a culture of we at every school site where educators and families work together as partners, sharing responsibility, leadership, and advocacy for the success of all students. All PGUSD families will feel welcome and fully invested in their students' education through authentic partnerships with teachers and site leaders in a safe, nurturing, and culturally responsive school environment. All district and school policies and practices will be equitable and inclusive for all students and families, creating a culture of belonging, where students of every economic circumstance, culture, race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, learning ability, or language feel a strong sense of connection. It's our cultural proficiency goal, and this is where a lot of our work from our cultural proficiency implementation plan shows up in the LCAP. So one of the things that we want to make sure is that we ensure that students and families from all backgrounds and circumstances feel authentic partnerships with their schools. We want everyone not only to feel welcome, but to feel invested. And then also, we want to create practices and policies that are going to show that our district values the diverse cultures that are present in our schools. All right, this is a little more crowded because we listed data broken down by ethnic group. And so what we're going to use for the three of the metrics that we're going to use are one, answered never or once or twice to racial bullying in 23-24. I think that this slide really emphasizes the importance of this work. When you look at the data, there's one group that stands out, and that's our African American students, that for them, there's only 38% of them that can say never or once or twice have they experienced racial bullying. That means that 62% have experienced much more than that. And it's just not the same for our other groups across the board. The numbers in parentheses are the goal numbers. Okay, so that's what we'd like to reach. When we're looking at answer to disagree, to the district provides curriculum that represents diverse populations. Once again, we're going to see that our African American, well, our scores are pretty low across the board here. So I think that our district is making a good effort to begin to provide a diverse curriculum. I think that what we need to do is be more intentional when we're teaching our students so that they recognize that this is an effort and this is diverse curriculum that they have in their hands as well. And when we look at the sense of belonging, we're going to look at those who agree or strongly agree. I belong at my school. Once again, as you go through those numbers, for all the rate is about 66%. For our African American students, it's 41%. And this is also available online, so you'll have access to this slideshow. Our Hispanic and Latino students also are under that all percentage of 65.8, as are students that identify as two or more races. All right, the feedback that we've gotten is the request for more professional learning about serving the needs of our diverse students. So 4.1, our initial professional development for the school year is going to be around bias incident response. It's going to be the work getting transferred to the rest of the staff that started with the admin team. And then also we're going to be doing our initial restorative practices work there as well. Feedback that we also got was a request to provide curriculum that represents multiple cultures and perspectives. 4.2 addresses that. As far as the community request for parents to be available to provide cultural proficiency feedback at the site level, this came from our cultural proficiency community meeting. And so we're going to commit our sites to hold 2 meetings a year where the focus is going to be on the work of cultural proficiency that's going on specifically at that school. And then also a request to further explore the benefits of our equitable grading prep practices. That was part of the feedback that we got as well. So the middle school is going to keep building on its work of using rubrics. And then the high school is also going to keep pursuing equitable grading practices based on the work that was started this year. And then finally, 5 is an interesting one. There was a mistake that was made in the district. And it wasn't necessarily made by the district, but a student got coded to the district office. Every one of the locations in our district has a code that shows where a student is. One of our students got assigned to the district office. That was incorrect. We went in and changed it. But because that student was part of our socioeconomically disadvantaged group, and because that student was moved from one site to another in the calendar year, it qualified us for this funding. The district's going to get $50,000, and we'll talk a little bit about how that's going to get spent because of this error. And so we try to explain that there, but there's the explanation for the goal. A more thorough explanation exists in the LCAP document itself. And so because the student is at Robert Down and was at the district office, we're taking actions that are district-wide that will also impact Robert Down. So when we're looking at the chronic absenteeism rate for everyone is 15.8. For our low income students it was 25.8. For our students with disabilities, it was 22.7. Robert Down's data there is there specifically because the student is placed at Robert Down. And then we also looked at the P2 attendance. The P2 attendance is just the attendance for the second reporting period of the school year. So what we're going to do is we're going to have an attendance incentive program across all of our sites. So $10,000 of the $50,000 is going to be put toward the sites developing attendance incentive programs. Then we're going to use 30,000 of those dollars for the Restorative Justice Partners professional development. It's going to be about a $60,000 cost, so half of it we're going to be able to pick up using this budget. And then the $10,000 we're going to use for the professional learning community work that we're going to do in the spring with Solution Tree. So in conclusion, really, if you go back to those three words that we started with, everything that we're doing in the LCAP really is to increase the sense of belonging, safety, and prosperity that we want for all of our students in the district. And I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you. And I'm going to retroactively gavel us in because I think I was supposed to do that at 8:04. I'm allowed to go back in time. And then just open it up for public comment after quickly saying again, just a huge thank you.
And thank you to everyone who came to any of the meetings that we had. Thank you to everyone that filled out a survey. Thank you to the sites for all of the time and the discussions that we had just in the visits, all of the input that you gave. One of the really wonderful things about the LCAP is just how many hands are involved in building it. And so I'm super appreciative, the people that served on our committees, the people who came to our meetings. It was super helpful to get the information and feedback so we can move forward. Thank you.
Okay, we'll have time for public comment now. No one online, anyone in person? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Daniels. You were waiting for this moment, so I appreciate it.
Gonna get it right this time either. Okay. Oh, I got it right. Hey. Thank you so much for that. And also thank you for putting this together. It's been a process, and also along the way, it's been very triggering to see this data and also have to navigate how the data unfolded and watch as I saw how the numbers of bullying and the percentages of bullying, how it impacted students like the African-American students, including the more than two races. You know, the students have been, I'm just going to be real, looking at the chronic absenteeism, looking at how they've been failed academically. I'm not even, and you guys know, I said, I'm not going to put gumdrop buttons on it. You guys failed these kids. You failed them academically. You failed them, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Their mental health is struggling, and that the bullying from racism impacts their mental health. It shuts down their amygdala. They cannot remember facts. It impacts their learning environment. Their teachers do not understand that. And going to these DEI courses, I don't know what's happening in there. But over the course of the last 3 years, I have seen very little to no progress. And that worries me. Because, as a family where I have my child who is in those classes, at school and with teachers, we're still experiencing this. No one even asked me as a parent, as an impacted party, do I want to participate? What is my input on this? We are impacted families, and these families were pre-selected to engage. And I had families that were pre-selected to engage in these processes that aren't even impacted or partially impacted, and they're still successful. And, and then I have them coming to me and saying, well, you know what? I'm not going to teach my kids how to stop saying the N-word at school because, Black kids say it's okay. So that's all right.
You know what? These are people teaching our families. No, that's not okay. They're coming to us, our family, the ones that are really impacted. And I'm not okay with that. You know, when we talk about equity and fairness and all, like, I don't know what they're teaching you in these diversity, equity, inclusion classes about all or all lives matter. But if you look at those numbers, I'm sorry, but that's not okay. That is not equity because they're not performing at the same rate. When you look at the way that the Black students are being treated no, I'm disgusted. When I sat out there and looked at the outcomes, I cried because I realized how much you guys have failed these students over
Thank
the
you,
years.
Daniels. I'm sorry to cut you off, but your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, may I say something? I just kind of want to meet the energy that Ms. Daniels has brought to this meeting, and I want to just say out loud that her concerns will be taken seriously, and that if Linda could follow up with her, if that's okay with the rest of the board. I don't want Molly to go away from this meeting without knowing that there's going to be a connection reaching out to her because what she said was very valuable. Thank you.
Anyone else with public comment online or in the room? Okay, we'll close public comment and go to board discussion. If there is not anyone that wants to go first, I'm happy to start off and I will probably be a little bit long-winded. I apologize in advance, but I'll just start. You know, I know this is true of everyone, you know, across our sites, but Buck, looking at you, the attention, the review, the care that you put into this, along with every other curriculum decision you make, is really, again, a shining star in our district. I mean, there's a lot of shining stars in our district, but again, this is just such a good example of that. So I do want to make sure to mention that. So happy to see the culture of we. I saw a great presentation at the CSBA from Milpitas School District, I think it was, and just being able to see that when you talk about that adult connection, making sure that we are not just for the students, but the employees as well, making sure everyone feels they belong and they feel that they have a role here. Putting that into practice shows that you recognize we're not doing as well as we could. And that's what's important, is to be able to grow from that. Even if we are doing great, we can do better. And that's really, really exciting to see. So again, thank you for that. And you know, some of the numbers and some that were mentioned are concerning, but I mean, if you look at the LCAP as a whole, when you look at the recovery, we're starting from COVID, and look at how the LCAP was presented, you know, 3 to 5 years ago. I mean, what we are doing now is we are identifying weaknesses and making huge strides forward to address them. And that takes bravery, that takes courage. That is a difficult road, and I'm really happy to be on the board of a district that is doing that rather than trying to sweep some of these things under the rug. So again, thank you so much for that. My last comment, I think, on this, actually, sorry, I have one comment and one might be a comment or question, but you know, one thing that came up is this, just as a parent, the possibility for site and grade level alignment. And what I mean by that is that, you know, I know that some teachers have different policies on homework than others at, you know, particularly whether you're talking at the high school level or even talking at the elementary level. And I think it could be really important, you know, if you have a situation where a student is out or you have a situation where your teacher is out, to have a grade working as a whole across the two sites, you know, for elementary school in particular, to make sure that the curriculum is maintained. And, you know, I could speak of a few shining stars to that. The fourth grade at Forest Grove, when I got to see how they rotate their lessons among the teachers so that every teacher is teaching a different subject. And it's just such a nice thing. It gives kids a new adult to connect with. And it's something I would love to see us think about, you know, trying to implement moving forward, realizing there's probably negotiations and bargaining that goes with that as well. But it's something that I think we would all benefit from, parents and kids alike. And then just lastly, you mentioned the Healthy Kids and LCAP survey. Just wanted to make sure you're going to be double checking the alignment to make sure there wasn't any huge things we miss by going to Healthy Kids. Because I do think, again, the data you're presenting is really valuable. So again, thank you with that.
Thank you. I think this is excellent. It's clear and specific, and the data, some of it, I agree with you, it's really hard to read. But the document is data driven, which is gonna give us a path forward. And that's what I think there's some peace of mind to, is that there are some clear and specific and really thorough steps. And we're gonna be able to track with our data where we're at in 6 months, in a year, and we're gonna be able to make adjustments if we're still struggling to figure out how to remove barriers for kids to be able to get access to the resources they need to be successful in our district. So I really want to commend you. I feel like this document is so honest and thorough, and I'm so appreciative of kind of the baseline that it gives us. This tells us where we're at right now, and it gives us a path forward. And I don't know. I don't, who's excited about the LCAP? I am. I love that it's so informed by community input and staff input, and it's cited so thoroughly, like, where did this number come from? Here's the source. We don't have to wonder where it came from, and it's just wonderful. I loved your presentation. I love the PowerPoint, and that you hit the high level kind of things for us. I love the student input, and I hope to see that continue to increase. And one other thing I remember is Dr. Adamson also did over 200 listen and learn meetings. So she was able to bring all of that input with her to put this together. I think a couple things that stood out for me that I kind of am curious about is how we're going to compensate at the elementary level for the loss of the intervention services that I know were really needed. And the other one that I'm curious about is bathrooms, safety, top priority, and then if there are sanitation or health code issues or whatever else. But I know safety has been raised as a bathroom issue at least a couple of our sites. So if that is something that's an immediate concern, and I don't know, well, as a parent I can guess, but I would like us to just take a look at that immediately if the bathrooms are presenting a safety issue for students or staff or anyone on campus. Thank you so
Sure,
much.
and just so we can be clear about the process too, is the input from the public hearing
Yeah.
still has the ability to make it into the LCAP. So it's not like this is a final draft and it's etched in stone. The LCAP is intended to be a living document. So if there are other metrics that we identify as we're going forward, I think that also goal 3 might be over metriced, if that's a term that I think it's got like 21. And one of the things too, I completely appreciate the formatting, right? Where it's kind of hard to read the data.
Yeah.
I asked if you could like link from the LCAP to like a table, and you are not allowed to do that. So it all has to be right there in the document. So what I've tried to do is format the entries so that even though it's poorly structured, it's as neat as it can be. So it's not just running like a big paragraph of data.
Yeah.
I try to like bullet point it. So
It made it much more digestible
Okay.
to read and understand. I do appreciate probably the tediousness of that. That's all I have. Thank you for the transparency. Thank you.
Where would you like to next?
That was a lot of fantastic information. I can't even fathom the number of hours that have gone into that PowerPoint. One of the things that I'm very grateful for is the way that the information was gathered. I love that the student advisory committee exists. I think it's exactly what you said. We're serving the students. So if we're not listening to those voices, we're missing a huge piece. So I'm so thankful for that. So wherever that came from and whose idea was that? Was that you?
it was ours. Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Thank you. Thank you for all the surveys that went out. I mean, it's just, my mind is blown by how much information is included here. I really appreciate the subject specific professional development. I think that's going to be huge for learning. I think that that's going to help a lot as far as growth. I did have a couple questions for goal 4, the key metrics. That's across all ages, bullying, etc. Is that across all grade levels?
I'll have to look at the survey.
Okay,
I think that it was the secondary students. I
okay,
think K-5 did not have that specific of breakdown of bullying.
okay,
It was the 6 through 12 where the areas where kids said they were bullied the most was I'd have to look at the data. Racially wasn't where they were bullied the most, but it's an important metric.
Mhm.
And I think because of, what we saw.
Yeah.
Right. And it fits with our cultural proficiency efforts.
okay. And then just another question about adding the mental health therapist at the middle school. I mean, that's been a need for a while. Middle school is such a tough time just in general. And I wondered, I'm sure, well, I guess this might go to you, but is there a possibility to get 1.5 to get extra time at the middle school for a mental health therapist? Is there space for that? Because I can imagine that person is going to be extremely busy
So
as soon as that becomes available.
I think what's important to understand is that our mental health therapists at the high school and the elementary school had been funded with one-time money. And just like the one-time money ran out for the mental health therapist this year, it also ran out for the intervention program. So when you're trying to make decisions for the district and we're working with the board to try to make those decisions, there are tough calls that had to be made. So not only did we decide that we would fund the mental health therapist at the high school and the elementary, but we also added the one at the middle. And the reason why is because we feel for students to be in the most optimal space where they're able to learn, that the mental health needs have to be addressed before we can hope to have them learn. And so, so adding to that, I think is a pretty big ask at this point.
I think, remember, we also have Ohana at the middle school. And so that was something that was just recently added.
Okay,
And so I
that's
know
right.
for sure we have a minimum of 1 day a week that we're getting. And I know they have an interest in seeing if we can even increase that. So we're going to continue to grow that connection there and partnership as well.
That's wonderful. I just want to make sure the support's there, just because
Absolutely.
it's been needed and it's so needed. And I could see how a middle schooler would hopefully
yeah.
take advantage,
Um,
just for some.
Sure, and Dr. Adamson, I'm glad you mentioned Ohana. Had a great opportunity to meet with the Assistant Director of Outreach for them today. And part of the discussion that we had was adding mental health training to the coach training that we're doing. So in addition to the Positive Coaching Alliance training that we have, bring in the Ohana folks to talk about the 3 needs that kids that, from the middle school through high school typically have, and, try to come up with 3 things that our coaches are able to do. And then also 3 things that they want to avoid at all costs doing.
Mhm.
Right. So try to bring that mental health aspect to another group of adults that has a powerful impact on our students. So thank you for reminding me of that.
That's awesome. That's all I have, but thank you. And thank you to everyone that contributed to this. This is phenomenal. I'm really proud to be in this district. Thanks.
Trustee Carolyn?
Thank you. I have some notes here, so. So I've been watching these board meetings for 8 years, and this is the first LCAP that actually made me proud. It actually begins to put me at ease. Anyone who's seen me through my progression of being a member of the public and then being on the board, I've experienced some disappointments in this district, and tonight I feel really proud. Which I haven't felt that way that much in the past, and so I'm kind of speechless when it comes to this. I just it was that was the best LCAP I've ever seen.
Trustee Carolyn.
Yes. Help me
I
out.
appreciate the conversations that we've had with
Yeah.
regard to the community input being one of the things that wasn't a box to check.
Yes, it was not a box.
And so, that spoke to my heart as well, that, we are here to serve our students and their families. That's the reason why everyone in this room is doing this to begin with,
Absolutely.
and so, drawing on that motivation. Yeah.
I think it's nice for me to see a document that actually reflects the level of expertise in our classrooms, in our principal offices, in our attendance office, like classified staff included, certificated staff included, confidential management. Like this is like, this actually feels like the story of PGUSD. So anyways, I have some other comments besides getting gushy about it. So, one thing I really appreciated in the document too was that it had a level of honesty that's new for me to see in these presentations. And I feel like when we as a district say and set the standard and the culture that when we admit we're not perfect, it allows for people to have comfort in bringing forward their ideas and concerns. And then we actually become better because we welcome those and we will address them. And I saw that in this document. It was amazing. I love that there is BASRP for free for kids who qualify for free reduced lunch. That's a good one. That's really good.
Before you get too excited.
No, it's gonna happen. I don't want to hear that it's sensitive. I'm sure it's happening.
The word is, explore, right?
I didn't see that word in there.
It's going to have to, we'll have to see if it could fit within the ELOP funding that we get from.
I think it will. And I think it will help increase the test scores as well. I mean, it feeds into all 5 of these goals, which I even was so proud of the goals that I wrote them on a Post-it so that I can tell them to people when I see them out and about, like the goals were actually something that you can remember and tell succinctly. So the error, the equity multiplier, that actually, I was just so proud of all of you for just saying out loud, we made an error. That's totally okay.
The interesting thing is that we don't know if it was we that made the error or if it was the state that made the error. So there was an error. I'm not ready to own it yet. Okay.
I think it should be owned. I think we should pretend that it was ours because clerical errors happen. And I have been actually people have said to me that they think that I ask too many questions. I'm too detailed, whatever. I'm like, clerical errors matter. And this is why. And so however it did happen, I know that we are now paying closer attention to those things. And we're just saying out loud, hey, however this happened, because let's be honest, somehow a human had to enter that information in the computer system. I don't think the state was registering this kid at the DO. I'm guessing it was somehow happened on our end, and that's okay. We're just talking about it. My only fear in it is, how do you get to keep that 50 grand? I feel like the state would want that back.
It's 1 year. And I think that what the state is going to do is next year with the LCAP, the anomaly kinds of things are not going to get funded. Right. So that's what they're talking about at the state level, because we aren't the only district.
But we get to keep it for sure.
So there hasn't been any information that we had that they were going to sweep it back. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me finish and get so you can actually get off the podium. I'm sorry to keep you up here so long. Just I think like a moment of victory that is just stunning to me is that when we had 790 families fill out that survey, as a parent, I was watching those emails come through and the emails were crafted so expertly. It wasn't just like reminder, there's a survey. It was like, hey, here's a couple of things that have come information from the survey, like we've heard this and that, and this school has participated this much in that school. So there was like a level of like beautiful competition that I love to see and makes us all better. And then also, there's so many families with siblings. So 790 families means that, and we have, roughly 1,700 kids in our district. we got a really high percentage of families to respond, and we've never done a survey like that before. It's just, I just want to walk over and give you a high five. I won't, it's inappropriate, but I just really, I appreciate this movement forward. It just feels like progress that I have been craving. And so thank you. Thank you for this, for all the people who have copied and pasted and put it together and plugged it in, formatted it, and were honest in this document. And I can't wait for the 1-year review. So tonight I'll go home a little lighter about my worries.
Happy
Thank
to do
you.
it.
Thank you.
Excellent. Student trustee DiMaggio, would you like to comment?
Yes, there's a lot of important statistics and goals on that, but two that I can personally speak on as a student is one, the homework over the breaks is over in the recent years is getting pretty bad. I feel like that also contributes to the absences, like having family vacations. We have these works and then you can't work on it, and then you have to like, oh, I have to take this day off, so I have to miss this test. It's been that whole day. I feel like that really contributes. And also, one thing that is really bad is our school bathrooms. In the middle school, well, it's been 4 years since I've been there. Those were really bad. And at the high school, especially, like I can't use the bathroom. It is so disgusting. Yeah, there's strange marks on the walls. Stalls are falling apart. Yeah.
So part of our hope is that as we do this study of the bathrooms and we, improve the condition, I'm a believer that if something is nicer, that people will take better care of it too.
100%.
So it's going to have to be a partnership, right?
I agree.
Between the district doing the work and then the students keeping them nice. So we're looking forward to that step.
I fully agree. Thank you.
Okay, any final parting thoughts from the board?
Can I just add, this is probably it's about the bathrooms, and I don't even know if this is allowed. John, you can probably tell me if it is or not. But would it be strange to have the kids involved in like painting the walls? Or do you know what I mean? Because if you invest in it physically, you tend to help keep it nicer. A nice place is nice, but if you put a little bit of sweat into it and there's pride involved. So I'm just saying, like, some grouting or painting. I mean, it's just a thought, but it might help to keep them nicer for longer because there'd be a sense of pride. So if it's not illegal, I'm just throwing it, child labor and all, but just throwing it out there. Really, that's the question. Okay.
Trustee Caroline, do you have something to add as well?
I do. How do I follow that?
They're still spackling and
question-
talking and I mean, I'm just gonna say.
Was it? Thank you for your comment, Laura. So my question on the bathrooms, like we're here in this meeting, it's hard for me to hear. I was just on such a PG high. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, these bathrooms, how do we let it get this way? How's it been this way for so long? I'm not even gonna worry about that. I am retaining my elation about the situation. But I do think as a board in these situations, it's our responsibility to ask staff when. Give us a date. Give us a date for Dario. Will he be able to use these bathrooms by the end of the year? Is it planned for summer fix? Like, please, we can't let this go on another school year.
Or a date for an update, like we're going to look
Just
at
a
the
date for them to be
bathrooms
fixed
and
would be
well,
great.
if we have to take a look first, we probably have to assess. I don't know if there's assessment.
So
but
I didn't, include that goal without talking to John first.
I don't
So-
know.
Great, that's great.
We've already taken measurements and we're taking steps to order stalls.
Great.
The bathrooms that I have gone out and toured, I'll be honest, when I first got here, I didn't really tour bathrooms.
Mhm.
And now that I have seen some of them, I realize that the stalls are the biggest offense in there. They're old, they're rusty, they're metal. What we want to do is we want to upgrade with these, it's kind of like, if you ever seen Corian countertops, it's made out of the same material. They're kind of anti-graffiti. They're not painted. They're stainless steel with these panels, and that's what we want to upgrade with. They're a really high quality item. We're actually going to start with the middle school. The lower bathroom at the middle school is in far worse condition and it needs a total remodel, but that's going to be a DSA project. I'm going to have it engineered. We're going to move plumbing around. We're going to make it more suitable, but that's going to be like a next summer project. So one more year with that ugly bathroom, unfortunately, but it's going to take project development for that one. But there will be some stalls going in at the high school and the middle school this year.
This
Yeah.
summer, in just a few weeks, really.
Yeah, well, we're going to get them ordered and get them started, and hopefully by the time they roll out school next year, they'll be there for them to use.
Okay.
And to dovetail into that, all of the fixtures and the furnishings, fixtures and equipment that were part of the efficiency project are going to start this summer as well. So that's the commodes, that's the sinks, that's all of that, the low flow.
Okay.
So multiple components, not just the stalls, are being worked on this summer.
What's the situation in the bathroom, Dario? Is it that the stalls are falling apart or what?
So, I'd say more than half of all the doors cannot lock, or you have to like pick them up, which are super heavy, and like jimmy it in.
Okay.
There's strange marks on the walls. It really smells bad.
Okay.
There's a bunch of urinals in there, but they're all a foot apart, and there's no dividers. So it's an actual like explicit like warning. Like if you were going to like next, that's why I've never seen somebody use that urinal. Because if you you're just gonna expose yourself, and that's like an actual like really bad for high school. Usually there's only like one stall that's working. The toilets themselves are super low to the floor, and even the walls are like all like yellow and like brown. There's broken panels off the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just it's really bad.
Thank
So
you.
I just want to make sure.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the honesty. I want that in these meetings so that we don't, I mean, sometimes I feel like an absolute stooge after these meetings because I feel like I've been just fed a line. So I appreciate so much your honesty. And I know that it's on the list to get done, and maybe we can get an update in August with some pictures. Take some before and after. This could be a great victory. Great before and after.
Yes, just please dividers. Make sure that's dividers, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. With that, looking around one last time, you want to break the pencil before we gavel out? Okay. Okay, good. Gaveling out at 9:09, closing this public hearing, and we'll hear back about this soon. Do folks need a break right now? Why a break? Okay. Yeah, I know. I was going by I want to keep you elated. Okay, we'll come back at 9:15. That's okay, folks. 9:21. We are now moving on to our third hearing of the night, the PGTA public hearing and tentative agreement. And this is you as well, Buck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clerk Hazen. This item is just the public hearing to discuss the approval of the tentative agreement that we have with the PGTA Teachers Union. And what's described in the packet is kind of an overview of the tentative agreement, and then the tentative agreement itself is in there. If people want to take a look at the contract language that we negotiated. I think a few things need to be recognized here. We have a very rare situation in our district in that the negotiations process that we go through with PGTA really feels like two groups working to solve problems. It doesn't feel contentious or adversarial at all. And because of that, you're going to see language work that is as much or greater than any that we've had in the past. I think a large part of that can be attributed to the work of Director Adriano. She tirelessly worked to overhaul the leaves language as well as the transfer language. And so just want to make sure that, that she got the credit where credit is due there, as well as the leadership for the PGTA team, Margaret Rice and Sally Richmond. They really helped their team cover a lot of ground in terms of the language negotiation that went on this year. And I just want to say that's an absolute pleasure to work with them. And so as far as the financial impact goes, it's going to be a 3.25 salary adjustment on the salary schedule. It's going to be retroactive to July 1st of this year, as well as $3,300 on the health and welfare. I know that the health and welfare was a priority for the board. When we expressed that in the negotiation setting, the PGTA really respected that as a priority and understood that it was part of a total compensation package. So I'm really proud of the way that both teams worked together, and it was humbling to be a part of that experience. Thank you.
Awesome. And I'll gavel us in retroactively again. My apologies. And now we are opening up for the public comment portion. If there's any public comment on the PGTA negotiations, I see two folks coming up to the podium excitedly.
Nope, turn on. Good evening. I'm Laura Ligona, the president of the PGTA, and I'm here with Erica Chavez, who's my vice president. And I just want to echo what Buck had to say about the whole process. I don't think there's any, well, maybe there's somebody out there that's like, ooh, goody, I get to go to negotiations today. It's so much fun. But I was able to sit in on a lot of the negotiations meetings, and now, besides the fact that we had a very serious discussion about whether you should put 2 spaces after a period still, and he's kind of a hardliner on that. Other than that, it was really, I've been on negotiations before, and it was really a nice back and forth. Like, I really felt like we were a perfect picture of negotiating in good faith. And so it was a really nice thing. I want to thank not only the district team for being there and being really professional about it, but also the PGTA team. This was a lot of work outside of those meetings because the contract is a hot mess of copying and pasting. So we're going through everything and just trying to clean up the language. We would have places where they would be contradicting each other. So it was really a team effort by both the district and the members from PGTA to put all this together. And it was something that I think left us all really feeling very positive, and that everybody was getting really good results out of this. So thank you for appointing the team that you do have. It was great. I don't know if I want to do it all the time, but, and I'm still going to put 2 spaces after the period. I can't help it. Thank you.
No 2 periods. We're just making 2 spaces. Any other public comment? No one online, no one in person. I'll come back to the board. Is anyone wishing to? Okay,
For the public hearing, it's just the public, and then on the action item, we would do our comments on this.
got it. Okay, sorry, I see board discussion there. Thank you for that clarification. So with that, I will then close the hearing at 9:26, and we will move to the action item, but we're going to take a little break.
Walk on.
Do the walk on, exactly. We have one walk on item, so I think, Linda, is that yours to present? Oh, Yolanda, sorry, this is yours to present. I apologize. There it is. This is the revised contract language for services with CHG medical staffing.
Good evening. Am I on? You're on. Okay, perfect. Good evening, board trustees. I'm Yolanda Cork Anthony. I'm the Director of Student Services, and I have one walk-on item. It is for a contract with Comp Health Services, who provides occupational therapy services. We are in need of providing services for our students in the summer as well as part of the fall. We have an occupational therapist who's going on maternity leave, so we want to make sure we provide those services. And we feel strongly that we provide the services now and not wait and provide comp ed services, which is much more costly. And again, we need to serve the students when they need the services. That's what's important. This became a walk-on item, and we tried to get it through, but we were waiting on our legal counsel to provide some input. The company Comp Ed had come back with some changes to contract, and a biggest change that I sincerely wanted legal to weigh in on was changing 15 of the article there, a paragraph on the contract. And basically that they wanted it to say the state of Utah instead of the state of California and Salt Lake County. And so this is California, and we will do business in California, and we will, if there's a need to have a disagreement, we will still do it in courts in California. So I wanted to make sure that went through legal, and we got the contract and basically said, this is the contract, what it will be in our state. And if it's not something we can agree on, then we will move to another company to provide the services. So, but now they have agreed, and so we're walking this on to get it done.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Any public comment on this walk-on item? Seeing none. How about the board? Any comment?
I'll just say positive, a kudos to Yolanda for taking the time to make sure the details were in order. That's incredible. And also for making sure that our students have these services to fulfill their IEPs. It makes me proud. And I'm having a really good PGUSD night, so I'm excited for this.
No other comments from the board. So with that, I think it's time to make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by trustee McNary, seconded by trustee Otmar. And with that, I think we have, I would go to the student rep, but I think he's gone to bed for the night, like we all would like to a degree. But with that, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. No nays, so passes 4-0. So our next item is now going back to Buck. Thank you. Probably should have switched those orders, but so be, is the action here. And I don't know if you want to just give us a one sentence quick update.
Nothing else to add.
Perfect. That's even better. So any more public comment on this? If not, we will go directly to the board discussion. I will start just really quickly and just say, the negotiators, from the PGTA, like us on the board, where they're not just representing their own interest, but they're representing the interests of the district as a whole, or at least the credential teachers as a whole. Just like I'm not representing my son, I'm representing the students as a whole. So I will say I'm extremely proud that you guys, both sides, were able to come to agreement on the health and welfare. That was huge to me, and it's something I think that hopefully we can get closer and closer towards filling that gap. So thank you all.
I think it's all been said really well. I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
I ditto that.
I'll say a little bit more. So, something that makes me, quite happy is, how we have a very pro-union board. And I'm proud to have my name on this board and how, union positive we are, even in closed session. Closed session can be an interesting time where people say things they may not in public, and our board is so union positive. It makes me so happy. My mom's a lifelong union member, my father. I just come from a lot of union supporters. So thank you all for that and valuing unions as a whole. It's always an interesting time with our negotiations because as a board, we actually don't interact with the union. Our role is not, our role as a policymaker, as board members, and set the vision for the district, but the day-to-day operations, including the negotiations, for our unions, is done by staff. And the progress that even I've seen in just 1 year's time, and it's so interesting because it was a similar team last year, but I think the approach, and it was said in a public meeting, hey, can we kind of just be a little more direct, like kind of get to the best and final offer quicker. And I hope that, we heard that and we really tried for it, and Buck embraced it and Josh embraced it. And so I just, it was really neat to watch this. And then tonight, to hear you all come up and truly, it sounds like you feel that way too, that it was a positive situation. That is very rare. And that's incredible. That's a victory. So thank you. Thank you all.
With that, would anyone like to make a motion on this item, or?
Also move.
I'm happy to second. So moved by trustee Otmar and seconded by trustee clerk acting Hazen. And all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Anyone against? No. So with that, it passes 4-0. So we're now on to item B, the adoption of resolution 1133, LGBTQ plus Pride Month, June 24. And Linda, you're going to present on it, and then I think we're going to have trustee McNary read it, if that's okay.
Yes. Well, it's my pleasure to be bringing this resolution forward this evening. It's resolution 1133, proclaiming June 2024 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. June is a time to celebrate our dynamic lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer questioning, otherwise known as our LGBTQ plus community, to raise awareness of quality services and foster a dialogue to promote a healthy, safe, and prosperous school climate and community for all. By recognizing Pride Month, we reaffirm our commitment to support other policies, practices, and curricula that honor and respect LGBTQ plus students, staff, their families, and all people within our community. And at this time, I'm going to refer to Trustee McNary to please go ahead and read the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Pacific Grove Unified School District Board of Education, resolution number 1133, recognizing June as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer Pride Month. Whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer Pride Month is celebrated each year in the month of June to honor the 1969 Stonewall riots in Manhattan, considered by many as the tipping point for the gay liberation movement in the United States. And whereas the purpose of Pride Month is to recognize the influence of LGBTQ plus people have had around the world and raise awareness of current issues facing the LGBTQ plus community. And whereas following the Stonewall riots in 1969, the first Pride Parade, also referred to as the Gay Liberation March, occurred on June 28, 1970, and took place on the streets of New York City. And whereas the Fair Education Act, signed into law on July 14, 2011, went into effect on January 1st, 2012, and requires the California History and Social Studies curriculum to include fair, accurate, inclusive, and respectful references to contributions by members of the LGBTQ plus community. And whereas individuals who identify as LGBTQ plus face discrimination simply for being who they are, and in particular, LGBTQ plus youth are at risk or at increased risk of suicide, homelessness, and becoming victims of bullying and violence. And whereas Pacific Grove Unified School District promotes diversity as one of its basic tenets and fosters diversity of students, staff, and curriculum, and PGUSD policies ensure the protection of LGBTQ plus students and staff against harassment, physical violence, or threat of such. And whereas PGUSD recognizes that the most vulnerable members of the LGBTQ plus community are the youth in transitional kindergarten through 12 schools, and that they need to feel a sense of belonging at every school site. And whereas June provides an opportunity for our schools to reflect on the struggles of the LGBTQ plus community in U.S. history and celebrate the LGBTQ plus community. And now therefore be it resolved that the Pacific Grove Unified School District Governing Board of Education proclaims June 2024 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month, encourages all district schools to observe this occasion with appropriate instructional activities, and ask the schools to raise their pride flag in June within PGUSD throughout the month of June to signify support for our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community. That's it.
We now will take any public comments on item 8B.
See, I told him I'm not gonna get it ever. It's never gonna go right, ever. So thank you so much for that. I am the mother of a trans youth, and BIPOC trans youth. And so I definitely appreciate all of this. I really want to stress also, in addition to this, that it not just be something performative that we say here tonight, that it's something that we do daily, that we remind ourselves daily, and that in the classroom, when we're having these discussions, that the teachers also support students that are transgender, who are LGBTQIA plus, who fall in this demographic. And when we have our celebrations, that we we do things, our behavior reflects what we're saying here tonight, because what I have observed is that we have this song and dance here in the boardroom, but then when we go back out into the school, nothing. And then the students experience more discrimination and no one says anything. And so I don't know what it looks like for everyone to actually for their behavior to reflect their values, but there's a lot of cognitive dissonance in this district. And so what I would like is for our beliefs to meet our values and our behavior, and and support for the students who do fall in this demographic. And so with that said, thank you so much for that.
Thank you for your comments. I don't see anyone else jumping up. I think we're now going to board comments on this item. Would anyone like to,
I do have something to say on this. I wholeheartedly support this. And I was just sitting here reflecting on my memory of when this first came about in our district for us to have a pride resolution. It came about and it was something that the board at the time discussed. And they ended up, if I remember correctly, breaking up the resolution into two parts. And they said, well, we're only comfortable adopting the wording of it, but not raising the flag. And so that was the start. And then the next year, I believe the next year, the flag that was then up for a week. It was up for a week. And the resolution would come about on the agenda in June, which would always kind of cut into the month of June so that it wasn't up for the whole month of June. And then, boards change, people on the boards change. And then there was a concern at one time that having a flag on the pole was some folks felt that the only flag on the pole should be state flag, US flag, state flag. So there was that discussion, and I appreciate all those discussions, but I remained 100% in favor of this. In fact, I was the one who brought the resolution to the district those many years ago. And so tonight I have I do feel like there's been progress because, and they may sound like small reasons, but or small crumbs of progress, but sometimes in government moves slow and you have to live off crumbs. And so today we're approving this in May. So this will be a flag that is flown at our school sites for the entire month. I believe we haven't voted on it yet, so we'll see what the vote is. So I'm hopeful that this will get approved in its entirety as one item so that we can fly that pride flag. And I do believe it makes a difference for the health and safety of our students. I don't necessarily believe that this is the only thing we should be doing. There should always be more. And I feel like we're going to get there. And so, of course, ideas are welcome from families and staff on how we can do more. I have seen some things around the sites that do feel like the acknowledgement that different groups exist and are welcome. I have seen that, but so that was a long-winded comment, but I appreciate this being here in May and having the flag not only flown at the DO, but at all the schools. There's some really good things here. It's nice to see the progress.
And I'll just build on that a bit because I do agree with you a lot. I mean, there's change that happens year in, year out, and then there's also generational change that happens through our educational system. And my daughter, when she was back in elementary school, came home and introduced me to the term pansexual. I'd never heard of that term at the time. Well, this was years ago now, but so our kids know more about this than we do, and probably than we ever will. And they will be the leaders of the future to help carry forward what they've been learning through this district. So. With that, can I get a motion from anyone on this item? I didn't see Laura or Jen. You guys.
Apologies. I'll make a motion on staff's recommendation.
Okay. Okay.
I'm happy to second the motion and thank you both for your comments.
And with that, we will have a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Passes 4-0 again. I will note we're getting close to the 10 o'clock limit, so I want to gauge folks' ideas, especially the people we have sitting with us for a later presentation to see how we want to deal with this. Are people willing to stay later? We got a lot to go. Or do we want to try to let folks go that need to?
I'll leave it up to Linda and you, Elliot. I think you guys can decide.
Okay, why don't we propose, I'm actually I'll stretch a little bit, maybe we'll go to 10:40 and see how far we can get, but not go past that. And if anyone does need to go, like, please give me a thumbs up now. We can happily put some of these later items to next agenda, but you guys are here, so. Please do. And yeah, thanks to everyone in the back. Please feel free to get ready for the important things tomorrow. Okay. So with that, I will make a motion to extend our board meeting to no later than 10:45. Anyone like the second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
I'm sorry. I apologize, but the motion does pass 3-1. And I will do my best to keep us well under that deadline. Okay. So next is item 8C, approval resolution 1132. I think this is up to you, Josh.
Yeah, I'll make this really quick. The Office of Public School Construction needs us to update our signatories for eligible determination through the state allocation board form process. This is the process that we'll use to apply for state funding. I'm bringing this forward tonight to add district representatives, Dr. Linda Adamson, myself, and John Anderson to the list, and the resolution to follow will be sent to the Office of Public School Construction if so approved. Thank you.
Any public comment on item 8C? None online, none in the room. Any board discussion? I see no one jumping forward to the mic. And so I will make a motion that we approve this as written, seconded by Carolyn Swanson, firsted by myself, and then I will take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Passes 4-0. Moving on now to item 8D, approval of Measure A, the EdTech bond, education technology expenditures. Director Binder, thank you for
Thank you.
sticking us out.
Matthew Binder, Director of Ed Tech. We're happy, Director Algazi and I are happy to be here tonight to present to you our June-July 2024 Measure A expenditure list. Just want to remind the board, again, this list is compiled over several months of the work of the tech committee, district level tech committee, which has representatives from all the school sites, teacher representatives, admin, and classified staff as well. And we are working diligently to get more parent representation on that committee. One of the trends that we're starting to see more than anything is a shift away from hardware requests or proposals to more software renewal subscriptions. So it seems like we're moving in the direction of software purchasing and renewals more than ever now. And you can probably notice that on the list of those items. We're also getting close to finishing off our final payments of the Dell student Chromebook fleet replacement project, which got underway in 2021. And we're also making plans on our near future replacement as well within the next 3 to 5 years. This is a categorical distribution. As you can see, software, anywhere you see the word software, it obviously makes up a pretty heavy proportion of the expenditures this time around. We have quite a bit going to students, teachers. Business software is also in that group of renewals, and site district infrastructure as well as an ongoing. we're happy to take any questions you might have about any of the items listed on this A list.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
Yeah.
Public comment, anyone online? No, anyone in person? Okay, we'll go to the board.
Yeah, I have a question.
Please.
On the spreadsheet, line item number 24 is hardware for teacher Chromebooks.
Yeah.
And it says the quantity is 18 and the cost per unit is 11,000 for a total of 20,000. Can you help me with that math?
Sure.
To me, it doesn't add up, but I might be missing something.
That's an extra one.
Okay.
So my mistake.
Otherwise, it was
Carried down.
I was just not sure we were
Yeah,
purchasing it.
that's a
There
good
was new
point.
technology we were going to be on the.
But you raise an interesting point about that one item because it is factoring into our future project
Okay.
initiatives about replacing aging Dell laptops with updated Chrome
Okay.
book computers for all the teaching staff.
For all the teaching
Yeah,
staff, which
yeah.
would then be similar to what the kids have in their Chromebook world.
Yes, it's the
But
same
better.
operating system but it's a much more robust system for the teachers. We actually piloted, this will come up later in our
Okay.
presentation. So yeah.
Right on. Thank you for that clarification. I don't have anything
Good
else.
catch. Thank you.
Yeah.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion on staff's recommendation.
I'm happy to second.
Excellent. We'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 4-0.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. On to 8E. This is Measure DNA CBOC, the Citizens Oversight Committee, additional member. This is going to be handled by Director Anderson.
Push the button. Good evening. So we would like to add one additional member to the CBOC board. It's Travis Long. He is a CPA and I had made a mistake and put him down as the one that would fulfill our tax organization. He is not that. He will fill our business organization category. Also would like to point out that we do have a couple of members that have had two successive terms. And per the current bylaws that we have drafted ourselves at some point, or maybe the CBOC did, would put them at entering a third term, which would not be allowable. However, the California Board of Citizen Bond Committees suggests that we not put the term limits in our bylaws because those are regulated by the state statutory bylaws. And so at any rate, what we're going to do is we're going to ask the CBOC to follow the state bylaws and have it 3 consecutive 2-year terms. And that way we have 2 members that would not be allowed. But if we go back to what the state statute is and have 3 consecutive 2-year terms, then we'd be able to seat everybody and have a full board with the exception of 1 vacancy, which is for the person that would fill the category of tax organization, a taxpayers organization. We are reaching out to the Monterey Peninsula Taxpayers Organization to see if there's somebody there that might want to sit on the board for us. So that's where we're at tonight.
Any public comment from anyone in the room? Nope, no one online. Move back to the board. Any questions on this?
I have a couple questions on this. So, the CBOC, we've got that in place for both of our bonds, Measure D and Measure A. And, I know that moving forward, we're gonna ensure that it meets annually. I just want to make sure that we have all this in order because we're considering a bond extension. I just think it's really important for all this to be very clear, very well documented, right, in case staff changes or whatever. So my first question is, does our CBOC have bylaws?
Yes.
Okay.
So
And so within those bylaws, typically term limits are something that would be listed in bylaws. I did hear that you said you're recommending that we don't specify necessarily the term limit, but that we just I'm hoping what you mean is that in the bylaws, it says refer to current state mandate or whatever
we-
ordinance for, okay.
basically have an MOU or something that would state that. And And if they, we have found that the California Association of Citizen Bond Oversight Committees is an excellent resource. And they say that it's really not a good idea to put term limits in there since it's already a state statute.
Okay.
So we're going to suggest that that be removed and that we not have our own term limits because be honest, it's going to be hard for us to sit all these people for a bond if we have a bond committee, if we have them out every 2 successive terms of only 4 years. So as hard as it is to get people on the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee, I think it's better that we go back to the state statute and follow that advice.
Assistant Superintendent George, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we do have it's in the budget book. I know the 177-page budget book. But the Bond Oversight Committee has duties, activities, bylaws, they're all referenced in there. And I think what John's asking for tonight, number one, is for us to, it actually does reference in there that we are to adhere to the California State Constitution, Section 1B3, as well as CBOC statewide oversight guidelines. I think that he's just asking for us to change the I'm not certain why the term limit was placed in here when the CBOC was developed, but it's a simple change for us administratively. And I would change that in the budget book under the Bond Oversight Committee tab.
Okay, so I would just recommend then, since the item on the agenda tonight is for the additional member. And sounds like this member would be in his 3rd term, because I do remember his name from a couple years ago.
Yeah, correct.
I feel comfortable with the staff's recommendation on having the term limits just follow whatever the state code is doing. But since this item isn't specific to changing those bylaws, can we just bring that back? And
Absolutely.
I was just saying, could we make a motion to do that here? I mean, under this item, or do you feel it wouldn't fit?
I think that's a slippery slope, because if you put yourself in the member of the public shoes and they're like, wait, when did they change that? You wouldn't be able to find that in any of our agendas.
Right.
So
I know, I just wondering if it applies to that, but that's,
I don't think so, because
Okay.
it just says additional member. Let me see if it's in I'm gonna reread the staff report and let the rest of the board comment while I do that.
And they're gonna talk about it at the. So I'm just going to add, the next CBOC meeting is going to happen before our June 6th meeting, and that will be something, there will be a discussion at that meeting that everyone would go ahead and vote on. And so I think what we could bring back then would be just sort of a summary of, really what was agreed on by the committee, if that makes sense.
It might be also important to point out that the CBOC is responsible for setting their own bylaws.
That's right.
And it also recommends that the board not set the bylaws of the CBOC.
That was my question. If
Yeah.
it was board approved in the
right.
past.
So if we can basically approve the member and then allow the
The member of the
CBOC
bylaws are exactly. the
Another
responsibility of
reason
CBOC.
we shouldn't
Touch it.
do
Yep.
anything.
Yep.
That's why it's not on.
That's
That's why it's not on the agenda. Okay.
That's very useful.
Yeah. So that sounds fine. That sounds good. I'm excited to hear what they decide, and I am excited to see how they document it clearly for generations to come.
Well, I would be happy to make a motion to approve then the board recommendation as written to appoint. Or did you have something to add? I'm sorry.
No, I
I made a
think,
motion already.
you know,
so-
the only thing I kind of like about term limits is it gives us fresh eyes. And the only hesitation I have is that if we're taking away term limits, then we're kind of
For 3 years.
Wait.
For 3 years.
Yeah.
three terms, so
3
6 years. Yeah, still.
And we still can't do that though, is I think the fundamental is that's up to the CBOC to decide.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think just as a recommendation as me as a board member overseeing CBOC and all the things, I appreciate having a variety of perspectives and sets of eyes, being able to take a look at things. And when I truly appreciate respectfully, like that we have people who are willing to do this. And I also think there's value in, expanding the group who are serving on our committees. So nothing to do with that today, just my 2 cents.
Sorry about that.
But yeah, I'm comfortable making a motion based on our discussion. If you don't have anything to add, Laura? Okay, I'll make a motion on staff's recommendation.
Okay, I'll second.
Oh,
I beat
you-
you. I
you
beat
got
you
it.
to it. Yep, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Passes 4-0. So we're on to item F. This is back to you, Assistant Superintendent Jordan.
Thank you. Sorry. So this is the approval of the Eric Hall and Associates MGT Facility Needs Assessment Agreement. This is a professional services contract, but the district did go out for an RFQ. We received 3 respondents. That's included in your board packet. On page 731, you can see the RFQ review, where we rank each individual entity that submitted a prospectus for us to view. Eric Hall and Associates and MGT really did just stick out immediately, specifically because of their deliverables and timetable that they included. And it's also included as an exhibit in the low-level contract. I wanted you to see how detailed that was. Like, there was nothing like that in the other two. The amount of detail that went into and timeline that went into the development of a facility needs assessment for us, it was just the clear indicator. So it kind of took away from the who's the lowest bid, which we don't have to go with the lowest bid because it's a professional services contract. And it lended to who's going to be the best for the district based on their proposals. So tonight I am bringing forward the recommendation for EHA MGT for the facilities needs assessment for the entire district. Fund 40 will fund this. The rationale for Fund 40 is you can use Fund 40 to fund soft cost assessments out of capital outlay fund. And that's why I've sourced it out of Fund 40. It's for $69,104. And low-level agreement is included in your packet, as well as I mentioned the exhibit attachment, which is a pretty good read.
Any public comment? No, none in the room. Board, please unmute if you want to say anything.
I appreciate the thoroughness of the packet information, just seeing what the other 2 bids look like and being able to compare it, and then the details in the deliverables. Am I right to see we get a draft facilities master plan out of this too?
They will start a draft facilities master plan for us. If the district so desires to engage, there'll be an amended contract to continue that. But as mentioned before, the facilities needs assessment is like the first step.
Yeah.
Right? So it's really kind of a lot of, I'll use the term meat and potatoes associated with a facilities master plan. So yes.
Okay, great. I appreciate the detailed timeline and fees and all of this. I'm comfortable with it. Thank you, Josh.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, they did a good job in this. They actually put some effort in. I feel like the other companies should be paying attention and kind of leveling up. So I did notice that it mentioned facilities master plan on page 742. But throughout the rest of it, I didn't see it mentioned. So is that okay with you? You feel like it just kind of being mentioned on the end is okay? Or is it clear to them that we're hoping for a draft facilities master plan at the completion of 3 months?
Because the way the RFQ was written.
Okay.
So we
You can
asked.
print that off online and you're right. Now I'm remembering it did say that. Okay, thank you for that. Another question, have you worked with this firm in the past?
I have not.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Also move.
I am happy to second. So that's Laura Otmar, Trustee Otmar moves and Elliot seconds. May I get a call or a vote? I mean, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay. We're now on to item G, contract for services with Verigic Consulting and Director Rogaman.
Good evening. This is a contract for services with Sandra Varajic. You might know Sandra from the work that she's done with the district's robotics program, especially at the elementary and middle school levels. And what the contract will do is it's going to provide robotics and STEM activities for the latter part of the ELOP summer camp that we are running at Robert Down. The camp is actually going to be at the middle school, so it'd be basically a walking field trip for the students. And it's going to be a great opportunity for them to get some first exposure to STEM, activities and robotics as well. So it's a contract for services to add an academic enrichment component to the summer adventure camp that the students are going to be attending.
Thank you so much. Public comment online or anything? Looking good. Anyone from the board have any questions or comments? Laura, please.
I'm super excited to see this after I videoed that robot. I mean, I'm really excited. I think that this is so cool and I'm really glad to see this. I think the kids are gonna go crazy over it. So it's fun. Thanks.
We'll have a good time. Yeah.
Will you just remind me what grade levels this is for?
So the camp serves students that are ages 5 to 12. What I don't have information on is if every age group is going to participate in the activities.
No worries.
Or if they're going to be for like the older kids.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Those are all my comments.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion on staff's recommendation for this.
I can second.
Okay. With that, taking a vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Passes 4-0. Moved by trustee Carolyn, and seconded by trustee McNair. So proposed board calendar. This is, I think, on you, Dr.
Yes, it is. So the only date I was bringing forward this evening to propose as an additional date for June was that June 18th date. However, after conversations with our cabinet, they feel very confident that the LCAP and the budget, they'll be able to bring it and have it complete by our June 6th meeting, which really would negate the need for an additional meeting in June. And so I think our hope, if there's a desire, like a common desire with that, for us to really take it off and, not have to meet twice in the month of June. How does the board feel about that?
Yes.
I like it because it
Yeah.
gives staff more time to start implementing that gorgeous LCAP.
There we go.
That's all I want you guys to do. So yeah.
Okay, very good. Well, wonderful. Thank
So
you.
yeah, Josh and Buck, as long as you guys are on
Okay.
board,
That was what came from them. So
Thank
yeah,
you.
it's good. Yeah.
I just always feel bad after before work.
No, but it's, yeah.
Okay,
They've
you guys are
spoken
awesome.
about
Thank
it,
you.
yeah.
I would
Okay,
be
so we're going to scratch that June 18th date,
Yep.
remove it from that table.
amazing.
Yes. Right.
So any public comment on the presentation? Seeing none, go ahead. We'd had a little quick board, but any additions? Nope, I think we're good. I'm happy to move with scratching June 18th. Anyone want a second? Excellent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm catching you guys off. You're not ready to unmute as quickly as anyone against? No. Okay. Passes 4-0. So on to our second to last, we have the PG Tech update. Thank you guys so much.
Save the fun for the last.
sticking around.
Right.
I just wish we had more of them for you, to be frank.
Absolutely, I know. But we'll take it. Let's do this. We were asked to provide an update, I believe, in December.
Before you start, so it's 10:05. Elliot, how long do they have to present to us so that we can finish the rest? How long is your presentation when you
Not
practice
need any
it?
more than 10 minutes at the most.
Excellent.
And that's, and yeah, we are the last.
Yeah, just future agenda items is the only other thing we have. So,
And I
Thank
have
you.
something for that. Okay.
yep.
So
Okay, great.
I'm pleased to be here, obviously, with my colleagues, Mr. Andrew Bradley, is digital teacher in the district. Director Al Ghazi, familiar with him by now. Our team, of course, is not just the three of us, it's the 8 of us. And that includes the site techs at each of the school campuses. These are obviously them listed here. We offered to buy them dinner if they would be here tonight, but they gracefully declined. But anyway, we definitely wanted to recognize and acknowledge their input on everything that you're going to hear from us tonight. So we're going to bring to you 3 of the more noteworthy projects, but these are obviously not the only projects that we have been working on, just the ones that I believe are the signature ones worth mentioning. We've got them listed here. Cybersecurity, Mr. Algazi will talk a little bit about that. We've got our PGMS Flex Lab, which I know you've already heard a little bit about. Mr. Bradley will speak a little bit to that as well, and our synergy analytics, which ties into LCAP and the work that Mr. Rogerman has done in developing the this year's LCAP. So, Director Algazi,
So
come on up.
network segmentation, and I'll try to keep this in simple terms, is instead of having everything in one big group, you divide it up into smaller groups. Is basically what it is. And what this allowed us to do, so we've finished that. What this allows us to do is also have not require that the students log in to the network every time they show up. It allows us to identify the laptops that are owned by PGUSD and allow the network to say automatically let them in. So that was a big plus. Network availability, DNS and DHCP servers are critical to a network. If they're not there, no one can do anything. So we to be turned off soon is 2 servers that are redundant across with each other. They're both at the middle school. What I've set up is one at the middle school and one at MCOE. So if our server goes down, MCOE can handle the load as a failover. And if MCOE is down, there's no problem. Our server handles the load. The last thing is antivirus. Just like you think about it, it's considered a next generation antivirus, better than the McAfee that most people install on their computer. And it gives us a dashboard of all the Windows and Mac machines that are on our network.
Questions? Cybersecurity.
I will ask one very nerdy one on that. So awesome to hear about the students. Do you guys, I mean, are you doing any MAC address IP registration for like staff and even maybe board member laptops to prevent
Yes.
if they're personally owned?
It's, I could show you, I'd be happy to show you the diagram of all the different VLANs we have.
Okay.
It separates student devices, staff devices, staff computers, staff devices, so like printers. It changes display devices into its own VLAN. All the cameras are in its own VLAN. All the facilities, monitoring devices are on its VLAN. So everything is in their own group.
Right.
And provides better protection.
Right, but as long as we're able to like register you can have individual device registration on with one of those
Yes,
VLANs as well.
it does MAC address filtering as well. And it does MAC address VLANs. So
Yep.
this MAC address
Right,
is
goes on that one. Yep.
VLAN.
Thank you.
And also we can still, for example, other districts, they don't allow your personal devices to get on the Wi-Fi. So any personal devices in their own VLAN. So if I walk in with a virus on my phone, it'll only affect everyone else's phone and not our devices.
Thank you.
Chance now.
I have a less technical question, or comment. I don't know if you realize it, but you've just really helped kids kids like mine. So for instance, my child has an IEP goal that she will learn how to turn on her computer, log in, and write an email and send it. And so now you've like kind of just done a wonderful thing, because I think this is the future where we're probably not going to always have to log in, and you've saved her brain space for that goal so she can really focus on being able to either talk to text or email, or I don't know, maybe eventually I'll just read her mind and she can just provide it that way. But this is just, it's like amazing. You've just made my child's school day easier.
Good. Students still need to log in.
Did you know you were doing that when you did this?
No, I didn't. Students still log into the Chromebook themselves, but they did before. They had to log in twice. Now they're on.
Yes. Thank you, Louis.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, and the synergy analytics, we talked a little bit about this early in the school year, but we have now developed over 80 separate data reports that are pulling data out of synergy from various elements. This could be enrollment, attendance data, behavioral data, assessment data. This particular screenshot grab was actually the assessment report that was built because of the inspiration from our elementary intervention teachers. They were doing all this work manually in Microsoft Excel. And now we have this report that pulls the data in, local assessment data automatically, can be ranked and sorted and filtered by student, by demographic, student group. And so it's been huge help to them. We've got, like I said, enrollment and attendance data. This is all there at the fingertips for site admins, for us here at the district office. Mr. Bradley did a fair bit of work with myself and the Synergy folks helping us out to build this the warehouse of visuals. So that's Synergy Analytics. More to come next year as we really start to publicize the use of these reports across the district. And then, of course, you've heard a lot about probably our capstone project this year, which was the conversion of the old decommissioned wood shop at the middle school into what has now really taken off full force. And we have, as you can see, some of these are the in progress pictures. I definitely want to acknowledge the work with Mr. Director John Anderson and his team for helping us get to this. And then Andrew Bradley, of course, for being kind of like the designer of this project and kind of the visionary of this project as far as what this space could actually be used for and converted into. And these are some interesting shots that we took with the progress. As you can see, we did the demo clean out, the abatement for the asbestos, the painting and the flooring, which we used contract support for. Really quite a project, multi-month project over the course of the holiday season. We were in there and the outcome is just, speaks for itself. So.
Yep. And then
Bradley,
after
say a few
we
things
got it
about
all
this.
finally set up, we started bringing some students in. I think the health classes kind of came in right away. But then I brought in the CHS students for a whole week. So we had them bust over there. And I worked with the students doing some digital design work, a little bit of robotics in there as well. But the main kind of focus that we worked on was they would use a program to kind of design their own little signage that they would maybe put in their room, give their moms for Mother's Day since that was coming up for the weekend. And then they use the laser engraver that we got through Measure A to then cut that out where they can then paint it and hang it on their wall or kind of pass it on to whoever they were. So that's kind of like our main project that we were able to accomplish in the week.
And the beauty of this now, this facility is obviously it's flex for a reason, because it can be used for obviously not just what's going on at the middle school for the STEM education there, but we are envisioning that this will now be the home of the after school elementary robotics program. And so when we do a STEM night for district-wide exposure, we've got the two elementary sites meeting at the middle school, and really that's where the event will take place from this point forward. And I believe, Buck, you mentioned something about the summer school program at the middle school.
Exactly. So they're going to be using the Flex Lab for
That's right.
the robotics camp that they're going to be doing.
So thank you to Assistant Superintendent Jordan for obviously being a part of the critical funding piece for this. So there you have it. Looking ahead, a little bit of info on digital learning.
I know you've heard from me in the past few times about some of the things that I do with the elementary. That's kind of my focus for teaching the students here is both at Robert Down and Forest Grove. And of course, we do a lot of coding, some robotics that I think leads into kind of inspires them to join some of these summer or after school programs. A lot of STEM, Google applications, digital citizenship. And again, thanks for Measure A being able to get a lot of these materials so we can have these in our new spaces. As you know, we redid our lab over at Forest Grove as well to make that a little bit more flexible to kind of invite these students into a little more welcoming environment and atmosphere there.
So looking ahead as we kind of look at the 24-25 school year and beyond, we're going to continue with our upgrades in the classrooms where needed, secondary level. We have the interactive panels going in. Now the entire elementary sites are outfitted with those. Director Algazi and I are going to work on security. You heard a little bit about this as far as visitor management systems. We're also looking at smart camera upgrades as well. Teacher Chromebooks, as we mentioned earlier in Measure A, we conducted a pilot study this past year with our teacher tech leads at each of the school sites, elementary as well as secondary, and overwhelming positive feedback from them. We basically handed them a fully resourced Chromebook and we said, commit to using this as your sole device for running everything out of your instructional program in your classroom on this one device. They came back to us several months later and said, we're sold. We don't need Windows. We don't need Microsoft Office.
we can do everything on a Google machine, Chromebook and Google apps. So this has now been vetted by the teachers. We are pleased to know that this is going to be a security improvement. This is going to be a cost saver, and it's just going to be better for alignment and standardization.
But we're also realizing there are gonna be holdouts.
There will be holdouts. So we'll convert them soon enough. It speaks for itself. I think the benefits outweigh.
I was looking at all the Macs. I'll just say that I was a huge Mac user.
Okay, all right.
I was a big Mac power user and I switched to the Chromebook this year and I have not turned back.
So that means something. We'll continue, nothing to disparage Mac users, but as far as the Chromebook, it's definitely a worthy investment. Training, that's going to continue, especially when we're talking about AI tools coming out. We've got a lot of interesting conversations going on about AI and how it's affecting teaching and learning. Computer science, we've got, you want to talk about the alignment between Forest Grove?
Yeah, so I teach at both schools, so I did the same thing over there. We're going to bring them together for a STEM night. I know Robert Down's always done a STEM night, usually led by Mrs. Payon. And so we're in the works of kind of bringing them together to do one at both schools at the Flex Lab to kind of bring it together, do more of a district-wide one to bring the two schools together for that night. And then, working, I talked about with CHS, so we've already been talking with the teachers about expanding that out a little bit more next year. So, I did 1 week with them this year, so we were talking about like maybe 2 times, one in the spring, one in the fall, one in the spring, and going from there and potentially expanding that to maybe bring some of those materials and resources over to their space as well. To make sure they have something there at their home base also, but maybe, they come over here, I teach them some things and they can bring it back to their, home base at CHS and continue working through those projects.
And ongoing support and assistance where needed. So I think that's gonna do it, right?
Excellent.
Besides just knowing that we are in our 3rd year of our 3-year ed tech plan, that's coming up. Our revision for next year, we'll start that at the second half of next year and look to putting something together. But that's gonna do it. Any questions? Thank you.
Yeah, we have public comment first, if anyone wants to jump in. If not, we'll go to the board. I'll just say very quickly on that, I know you were mentioning you've had trouble filling some of the parent seats, but I hope for the update.
Yeah.
That there'll be an opportunity to get some more folks.
Yeah, we're putting it out there.
Okay.
Helping us on this are the principals, kind of hand selecting
Good.
potential parent.
From the sites, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Can we publicize or brag about the Flex Lab in some way to our community or just, watching the photo montage was just great. I feel like we should,
Cool.
this is a big bright spot.
Yeah, definitely positive one. Pine Cone maybe?
Yeah, I think there was.
I think the Pine Cone called us.
Okay.
So we're definitely gonna put that little ongoing slide on the website.
Yeah, I think families in the community would really appreciate just being able to get a glimpse into it too.
Yeah.
So.
It also, Matthew provided me a whole
Sorry, just for the record.
a summary of it that I included in my Monday, my
Yes.
superintendent's message last week, and it was really detailed with
Yeah, it
photos
was
and
a
that,
lot.
but more than
I
that.
could just get excited, so I want to show off the great things we're doing.
Thank you. But to that note, we did get a couple emails from some parents who did receive that.
Yes.
Superintendent update, and it was some nice acknowledgement.
That's great. And thank you, Mr. Bradley, for all the work you're doing teaching. I went to Robert Down Open House and with Dr. Adamson, and in multiple classrooms, the teachers and the families were showing off the project that you made. It had sound, it was carved into wood, and it was individualized for each student. And it was so neat. Just really cool, the work you're doing with them. Everyone was so proud. So thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Thank you.
There aren't words, so it's so awesome.
And I don't think, I see direction. I don't think there's any direction to be given other than keep on, keep it on. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I looked. I didn't see a nod or a hand up.
Yeah, okay. Let me tell you my comments. Okay. So it's just what a night for PGUSD. So this is just an incredible, easy to digest, the energy, this is gonna sound kind of woo-woo, but the energy is just so pure on this. It's like, hey, we have this idea, we presented the board with the plan, and then look, we fulfilled the plan. and just exceeded like all of my expectations on it. I was sitting here, I wasn't even gonna register my child for adventure camp, and like now I have to send Buck an email and ask if it's too late because I actually want my kid to be there. What's that?
Katie, at the city.
Katie Clark.
Yeah.
Okay,
Or email me and I'll email her.
okay. This is unbelievable. The only thing I would say, and it's just like, please don't take it as a down, but when we hand select members for committees, it gives me the icks because what can end up happening is we get the same voices, we remain in our closed system. And a lot of times we don't get our sense of belonging from that because the folks aren't necessarily in a variety of different groups, right? So just anyone who is hand selecting committees or, you know, all these things like, as a board, we can, it's part of our role to reach out to the community and help you all find people for
Please,
things.
yeah.
So, please don't be shy in asking that. That's one of our jobs is to connect the district, you know, connect the community. So I would be happy to help you find someone in one of the groups, that we're trying to make sure have a sense of belonging.
Yeah, along those lines, it's really about somebody who has a kind of maybe a passion for how technology can be integrated
Okay.
in education. I mean,
Okay.
first and foremost, we do have parents out there that are very tech minded and kind of see a future
Yeah.
of it. And those would be folks who would really bring some enlightenment and some
Sure.
perspective to the community.
Yeah, I acknowledge your comment, but I also, though, if we think that way, there may be folks who have been in situations where they were not privy or they did not have technology available to them growing up for whatever socio and economic reasons, whatever. And so they, you know, that's how we end up with the same people on committees. So let's bust out of that. That's what I would say. But overall, PGUSD A+ tonight, I will say. This is amazing. Thank you. I look forward to the next board meeting because how you guys closed it out. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for sticking around again as well. So I'll move on from that item to our last, the future agenda items. I think Trustee Carolyn, you had something you were interested on this.
You know what? Some of these got answered in the LCAP. That's just amazing. I wanted to ask the board, you know, we did our own NCBI training. And I will find value. I'm hoping the rest of you agree that we can do another NCBI training, you know, follow that path. And make sure that not only is it happening in our schools and amongst our staff, but that we're getting our training as well, because we kind of all want to be at the same, you know, trained up level for that. So would you all be willing to continue an NCBI, maybe like have a contract with them like twice a year, or, you know, whatever, maybe Buck recommends something, it'd be in line with the CP or, you know, something. I would really like to see that happen again. I found value in the NCBI training that night.
Agreed. My only thing I would say is do want to limit to NCBI. I loved them. I liked what they brought, but I'm just wondering if that's something to put more work on Buck's shoulders. We would want the director of curriculum to keep an eye out. I mean, if that is the best one, I'm happy to do it, but I just wonder if we want to.
I mean, in my opinion, I liked what NCBI had for the first step. And I value them. I want to see like what the further steps are with them. And then I'm happy to change vendors, you know, maybe once we exhaust that or whatever, but that vendor in particular, I found value in that night. And so that's just something to consider. And then, do you want me to do my whole list or do you want to talk about each one at a time? Because Laura, did you want to say something about that?
I don't remember my future agenda.
Oh, page 9 of 9.
Yeah. The item B under the non-action discussion.
No, I know, it's just not in here.
Oh.
I don't know, it's
Only on the agenda.
sorry, it's the last page.
Right.
Okay, I'll finish
No,
mine real
you're
quick then, and then you go, okay? This one is gonna happen already, this one's gonna happen. Okay, the only last thing I had, and this is gonna sound perhaps a little wild, but we've been getting comments from the public about our sex ed curriculum. I know that as a district, we are gonna look at overall our health programming, and I think that's really needed. And I'm now very excited to see what you all come up with, because I have a lot of faith. I'm starting fresh tonight. I have a lot of faith in y'all. This is gonna be great. my kind of wild idea, and I think we should discuss, because I don't think it's quite fleshed out, is it hurts, it's painful to me, and I think it's detrimental to the beautiful work that we're doing in this district to have anyone feel the way that we've been hearing people feeling, right, during public comment regarding sex ed, and also possibly providing misinformation out there to the public, you know, so if somebody's watching this meeting, they're going to hear that and think that perhaps, you know, certain things are happening in our district that I don't believe are happening. So, wild idea. Can we get a sex ed presentation at a board meeting? Can we, as a board members, sit through middle school sex ed? Or, you know, like, can we get a presentation on sex ed and we can say, hey, set the record straight. This is what we're teaching our kids. And this is what your taxpayer money is doing. I mean, I do believe if taxpayers are paying money, they should be able to see what the curriculum is. And so this, I think, could be a future agenda item where we talk about what we're doing currently, acknowledging that in the future, we're gonna evolve.
Yeah, my only concern is because of one of my agenda items I was gonna raise, I'm just concerned about with the timing. This seems like more of a study session type thing to me, where we have that ability to do it and sit in, but doing it as part of the board meeting, I mean, there's two parts. I mean, one, I have a middle school child and I know what's being taught very well. And I mean, I don't want people to be able to bring up, and I'm not saying anyone was, but I don't want people to be able to bring up misinformation and for us to have to address it, if that makes sense. So I would almost rather, we do want to target it as a study session, I would rather be in the broader curriculum than just focusing on that. So just to say, here are some potential changes we're reviewing for the curriculum, rather than like, since the public brought this up, we're going to address this one, if that makes sense.
Let me think about it.
Yeah.
I guess I'll piggyback on just this topic since we're on the, I call it health education.
Probably wise. Yes.
Because that's our business.
Health
Education.
education, not sex education. Okay.
It's health, it's holistic. So I guess that's kind of the way I was curious about having maybe a presentation to the board is like, what do we offer holistically instead of, I mean, I can hear from the public that there's a desire to drill down into some of these specific facts or details that are being pulled and presented to us, but I'm more curious kind of overall, like, where does our education start? Is it with the Rape Crisis Center coming when the kids are in 3rd grade? And then what? And then we have DARE in 5th grade, which is like education about drugs and alcohol and tobacco. And then 7th grade, you get something else. So I think my desire is a more holistic look at what we're offering. And it seems like kind of that's the direction we're heading with Director Rogoman, and he's really like doing a deep dive with everything. So it's a longer term project, I guess, the way I'm looking at it, but
I like that. That's a good future.
But I hear your concern about what a presentation on this specific topic might create during a board meeting. That's super valid.
Yeah, I like the way you brought that up too. I think that's because again, I want to keep us off discussing the topic too much. It's not on the agenda. And, you know, I think for your future agenda item, holistic.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense to me. And that's where we would start to discuss maybe.
I'm fine with that.
We could even put it on a future agenda to discuss the down the stream, but I think that's actually, the staff can handle that pretty well based on these comments too.
After Laura says what she wants to say, then I have something to say.
You know, I hear where you're coming from. I'm interested, but I think that's a slippery slope when you start saying, let's give a presentation of exactly what we're teaching in the classroom and tell us if you think it's okay.
Oh, no.
You know, but that we're opening it up to that, especially if people are coming in and they're upset about sex ed. There's always going to be somebody that's upset about sex ed. People don't like penises and vaginas and all different ways that they can be. And it's an uncomfortable thing for people to talk about. And so it's going to come up here. And I think if we do something like that, we're just perpetuating an issue that's never going to go away anyway. And I don't want to give fuel to that.
I guess it's something maybe that I'm curious about. So maybe it's something to talk to you about in my one-on-one if the board as a whole doesn't want to
Well, I'm okay with exploring it. I'm just saying, I don't wanna like make it like what Elliot's saying, like this bring the piece. I'm okay with exploring the holistic idea. of it. I also don't wanna go into a classroom and tell anybody what they should be teaching, because that's not my space.
No, this is like a bird's eye view of what's going, what the holistic programming looks like for us right now, and maybe what direction we're headed if we have some sort of direction.
Yeah.
But I don't want to like nail you down to the specifics because I feel like the details are staff knowledge, so I trust
I
you.
think as we're hearing so much of this feedback right now, I'm kind of seeing it as, there are two components to it. I think there's one that is very much specific to the curriculum that we're using right now. But there's the other part of it that I think is, to your point, Trustee Otmar, I mean, that's kind of along the lines of some people don't want any of, that education. And that's, I think, where that ability to opt out, we give that parent that option. So, I hear what you're saying sort of more on the lines of maybe sort of a comprehensive piece of what is it that we do, from a K-12 perspective and what we're covering. I do see value in, as we do with all of our curriculum, we're in an ongoing, process of analysis for continual, improvement. And that part of what that requirement is that we're looking at what curriculum that we are offering, and, identifying does it always, continue to meet our needs? And so it could be a component of that is, just as we are right now, we're looking at our language arts curriculum, is a time, for us to, do the same, in other content areas. And so when that time comes, when we do that process, I mean, that'll be a natural, opportunity for us to bring forward, what we're doing and what we're looking at, as an analysis of the tools we're using currently to teach that content.
That feels reasonable.
I like that.
Yeah, I think my wild idea has been like properly fleshed out, and I think that what came of it is that I would like to see like a current offerings agenda item, and that can be brought up at a regular meeting. We don't have to, in my opinion, we don't, of course, we're gonna get comments, but we have our system in place for 3 minutes and each and 20 minutes on one topic. And so if we do current health offerings, I would love that. And it can just be broken down. We're not getting presented the sex ed from the middle school. Although I really do want to log in and see what that is, if that's possible, because now I am very curious about what's in there. But yeah, I think that would be a great future agenda item. And it doesn't have, I'm not expecting anything like lengthy.
Like a deep
really,
dive
like,
of some kind.
Yeah, like whoever made the slides for like all the slides tonight were so gorgeous.
It's gonna end up being rock. And
What just happened? The slides were so digestible. Like whoever made those slides, it can just be like a timeline, like TK through age 22. Let's not forget our transition kids, okay? And just like, what are we teaching them? Kids who have disabilities, they need some training on dating, et cetera, et cetera. So this is just like an opportunity, see where the gaps are. Board can give direction on programming. Can be an info item.
All right, we could
like a 2-page staff report, max.
So I'm gonna add, if I can.
Please.
Well, because I was gonna make a future agenda item that's.
We have 4 minutes. I'm just gonna.
Oh, we went to
45.
I think we went to
45.
35.
Well, I'll go very quickly. I know, I'm sorry.
That, Laura.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I shouldn't be apologizing, but that's what I do.
What is it?
So-
What is it?
I just waited 30 minutes.
I love the update on PG Tech.
Yeah.
I want us, I think this is a future, I want us to figure out how to do more of that.
Well, health education is that.
I agree.
That's student programming.
I agree, I guess, but I will say I like it is, I think that, to me, that falls more in curriculum than it does in the
Celebrating
student success and celebrating district success. Those are both important, but those, like, hearing from the kids, having the kids here means a lot. I mean, that meant a lot to me. So I would just like to challenge us, maybe at the governance meeting or a future agenda, to figure out, because again, we're running over again. We have a lot we need to deal with.
Yeah.
How do we make sure we are focusing more on the kids, especially if it is student success like that? And it gives us an opportunity to get more student voices in the room too. So that's a future agenda item, big level. Maybe we pick it up at the board governance. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
governance.
Okay.
Governance. Health education. Elliot, are you okay with current offerings of health education in a grade level?
If it's done, I would like it done more in a, just like we approved the ELA textbooks, like more as a, here's a holistic program.
Yeah.
Do we move forward with that? Just as.
Okay, here's a question. I don't mean to cut you off, but I know we're short on time. Here's a question. Do we need it as a future agenda item, or can it just be an email to the board?
I would like to go to staff recommendation on that and have them come back to us.
I'm happy with either. I think we should specify because they try to be so kind to us and like,
Yep.
you know.
But I would honestly like to defer to staff if that's okay, just to figure out like, would this be better as something that we could fit in, or does it seem like it's better for us to?
I'd like the opportunity to
Mhm.
connect with
Perfect.
cabinet and have that discussion, and then we'll provide an update on what we're going to do in the next
Sounds
board
great.
That would be
update.
perfect.
Okay,
That's- I
good.
love that.
About that.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other in the last?
I have one more.
Okay.
We've heard a lot about PLCs. Can we get a presentation to the board on just, it's a education term I understand now, but like, I'm not familiar with it other than I hear admin at the middle school or the high school talking about PLCs. I would love just like, I don't know, a board
That be a board
education.
update as a, will you
I mean,
have to be a presentation? Or
I
you
don't
think-
care. I just would
Right.
love a little bit of education
Right,
on
okay.
it.
We could do that as an info item, and I think it falls in nicely in the sense because it is a part of our LCAP and it's
yeah.
part of the training we're going to be, looking at for next year for our.
Yeah.
So we could do this in future.
Or it could be an email and then an update on the website. Hey, ever wonder what PLC is? Click here. And there's, so
Right, true.
again, I would trust the staff on that to figure the best way to get it out. Just worried about getting
More
everything done.
information on PLCs, yes.
Yeah. I kind of would like a presentation.
Yeah, I guess I'm just worried about there are those people, like I know I get giddy over the technology. And I just worry that I don't want to force everyone to listen to it that might not want to. If it's important for everyone to.
Well, I think there's value in educating the board, which because then we're also educating the public on this term that we're using over and over in our LCAP. And that our admin and staff are saying, we're doing PLCs, but we don't really slow down and say like, hey, here's what a PLC is.
Could I
Here's the value
recommend,
of
we'll be
things.
bringing forward a contract for Solution Tree.
Okay.
In the near future, and how about we plan to do the presentation at
That's great.
that time?
I would appreciate
Because
it.
it'll be, that way,
Exciting.
we're doing it all in one.
Okay.
Yep, Buck has arrived.
Thanks, Linda.
Just really fast, because I know we're on time. I think the two big initiatives that are starting next year, they're going to carry on for 3. One is the restorative justice prep practices. I don't want to make more work for all of us, but that probably needs to be a presentation to the board as well to go along with the PPO, the
And
PLCs.
I think that's coming forward at the June 6th meeting. And so, yeah, there'll be information on that as well. So yeah, it's perfect. The timing is great. Yep.
I may actually, I'm not sure if this is, I know this is future agenda items, but I think this is on the future agenda and I wanted to remove it because I think it's already been taken care of, is the epinephrine boxes in the cafeterias. Katrina's all over that and we're getting it supplied and it's what?
Yeah.
No, epinephrine. No.
That's preventative. Yeah.
Oh.
It's a new song.
Thank you, everyone.
Sorry.
I'm closing. No, you guys are great. Closing at 4 minutes to spare.